This is one of the most terrifying encounters that I've ever experienced. I still get nightmares just thinking about it. As a matter of fact, the nightmares reoccur so frequently that I see them more often than I see my relatives who live down the street from me. The dreams took place in what looked like a forbidden realm of darkness, almost like I was in an underground world where the sky was red and my surroundings were engulfed in flames.
Where the hell am I? Is anyone out there?
That's when I see a woman casually approach my direction, except she's spider walking backwards like a scene out of The Exorcist. Her face was distinct. I recognized her in all my other reoccurring nightmares.
I need help. Please help me.
How can I help you?
Help me.
What the hell?
I need help. Help me. Help me. Help me. I need help. Why are you just standing there? Help me.
It's just a dream. Just a dream. Everything's gonna be okay. It's been about several months since I had these reoccurring nightmares. I realized there was always one common denominator: that woman. Her distinct facial features and horrendous screams for help was always something I couldn't forget, nor ignore, as I knew I would inevitably see her again in my sleep. I coincidentally began experiencing these nightmares when I started working my new job as a cashier clerk at a 7-Eleven gas station. I attributed the nightmares to the lack of sleep I accumulated while working there. I unfortunately worked night shifts at the time, as I couldn't really find a job within my field of study. As much as I didn't enjoy working the graveyard shift, we usually didn't garner as many customers as the day shift would. Maybe just the occasional night owls or creeps that would stop by.
Hey kid, can I have $10?
Sir, I'm afraid I can't give you that.
Kid, I need the money so I can get some of that good. I'll share some with you, okay?
Sir, if you aren't going to buy anything, then I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
You smell like the leftover Popeyes that I ate from the dumpster yesterday.
Meeting sus customers always left me feeling uneasy for the latter part of my time working there, but for the most part, the shift was pretty chill. I would always procrastinate by watching my favorite YouTube videos to help pass the time. The 7-Eleven was located in a secluded area near a freeway where most travelers going on a road trip would make a pit stop at. So the majority of our customers were either from out of town or just local residents trying to fill up their gas tank. Maybe get a hot cup of coffee on the side. I remember this one particular shift. A vehicle pulled in and parked at one of the gas pumps. I decided to sip on my coffee and hopefully become more attentive for my drowsy state, just in case the customer needed my help. As I was putting my cup of coffee down, I noticed the customer was standing right in front of me without a trace of a sound made.
$30 regular for pump 3, please.
I honestly thought I was seeing things, as the woman looked so familiar to the point where I completely disregarded her question. I'm sorry, do I know you from somewhere?
No, not that I know of.
I feel like I know you from somewhere. You look really familiar.
Sorry. I think you might have the wrong girl, sir.
But I think we met each other from somewhere. I just know it. Are you sure we didn't go to school together?
No, we didn't. I really have to get to work now.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. It's been a long night. $30 for pump 3 it is. The woman then slid $30 towards me and began walking towards her vehicle. That's when I put 2 and 2 together. I recognized the woman as she looked like a potential culprit for the sadistic nightmares I've been having. As the woman began pumping gas outside, I could see she was making direct eye contact with me. Probably because my brief interrogation made her feel a little uncomfortable. I decided to lock eyes with her as I wanted to observe more of the woman's mannerisms, in hopes that I could potentially pick up any significant ties to her physical appearance in relation to my reoccurring nightmare. Her face, her eyes, that has to be her. I just know it. The woman eventually got inside her vehicle and drove off as I stood there completely flabbergasted till my shift was over. The next evening, I recall getting ready for another shift as I personally like taking hot showers beforehand. I remember taking the late-night bus to work while casually glancing at the window, pondering if I was ever going to encounter that woman again. The ride to work took approximately 30 minutes, so taking a power nap was completely justifiable. I would always find myself seated at the back of the bus as I personally liked napping without having the awkward feeling of being watched. I remember closing my eyes and slowly lulling myself into a deep sleep, hoping to make up for all the tireless mileage of work I had been through during that week. As I began to slowly drift off, I recall opening my eyes and still being inside the bus, except everything was in an alternate red world. I can see all the passengers looking at me, except they all looked expired, like they'd been rotting on the bus for months.
Hey, bus driver, can you stop the bus?
This bus doesn't make any stops. This is just a one-way detour, kid.
Bus driver, I need to get off now!
That's when I saw her again, sitting near the front of the bus, glancing at me while repeating the words,
Help me! Help me! Help me!
"Sir, I'm going to respectfully ask you to exit the bus, please." As I departed the bus, I remember walking an extra 10 minutes to work as the bus driver abruptly dropped me off due to my impromptu disturbance. I eventually made my way inside the 7-Eleven and began my shift, making my usual cup of coffee. That's when I see a familiar vehicle pull into one of the gas pumps and put itself in park. Oh my god, that's gotta be her again. The same exact woman that I encountered the last time got out of her vehicle and began entering the gas station. I began to stroll on my cell phone without making it seem like I was intrigued by her appearance while she casually approached the front counter and said,
$30 regular for pump 3, please.
"Ma'am, do I know you?"
No. Didn't you ask me that last time?
"Yeah, but I'm sorry, it's just, I feel like I've seen you in my dreams before."
Sorry, kid, but I'm unfortunately taken.
"No, I wasn't trying to get at your... My apologies, ma'am. $30 for pump 3 it is." The woman then leaves the cash on the counter and begins to head outside to pump gas into her vehicle. As I nosily glance at the woman, I see the same homeless creep from the other night approach her. He honestly looked like he was on something from the way his eyes were bloodshot and twitchy. I assumed he was going to harass her for change like how he does with most of the customers that come by during these hours. But what happened next, I never saw coming. The man yanked the gas pump from out of the woman's vehicle and sprayed her with gasoline while she yelled out in agony from the toxic fluid seeping into her skin and eyeballs. I quickly called for law enforcement while running towards the aid of the woman. But I stopped dead in my tracks as the homeless man lit the woman on fire.
I need help! I need help! Why are you just standing there? Help me! Help me!
This story happened when my girlfriend Lindsay resided in Tokyo, Japan for her teaching abroad occupation. She taught English to foreigners for a fairly decent pay. I personally wasn't too cultivated by the idea, as the thought of Lindsay being in a foreign country by herself really stressed me out.
I can't wait for you to fly over.
Yeah, me too, babe. Hey, can you please make sure your doors are locked?
I already locked it, silly. Stop being so paranoid.
I know I'm being paranoid. I just want you to be safe, okay?
Don't worry, I am.
Being away from Lindsay definitely took a toll on my health, as I would constantly get anxious from worrying about her safety. Knowing that I didn't have the capability of protecting her from any unlawful perpetrators always gave me extreme anxiety, which is why my doctor prescribed an inhaler for me to use every time I felt the symptoms get out of hand. I didn't do too well with long-distance relationships, but I really wanted to support Lindsay in her career endeavors. I'd fly over there on occasion, usually around the holidays when work wasn't so strenuous for the both of us. I remember spending the majority of my time watching the rather odd Japanese game shows while Lindsay and her roommate Saki would do after-hours work from home. Staying in Japan was quite the culture shock. I wasn't used to the Eastern lifestyle, but the longer I stayed there, the more accustomed I became. Or I should say, the more comfortable I felt with Lindsay's stay there. Being halfway across the world made me adjust my sleeping schedule, as I made it my duty to video chat Lindsay every day at exactly 3 a.m. in the morning. 3 a.m. over here was equivalent to 5 p.m. over there according to the time zone difference. I'd make it a routine to catch Lindsay after her work shift was done, even if that cost me a few hours of sleep. You guys doing anything for Halloween?
Yup, Saki and I are probably going bar hopping.
That sounds nice. I wish I could be there
Babe, we'll talk later. Saki's calling me.
Seeing that Lindsay had a roommate to acquaint herself with gave me a little peace of mind. A lot of my friends were well aware of how concerned I was about Lindsay's well-being, so much so that they would message me encouraging words to help cheer me up. But all of that changed one night, when I got a message from one of my close colleagues from school. I opened the message and read, "Hey Craig, I know you're concerned about Lindsay, so I thought you might want to check this link out." It was a link to a forum titled, "Is Teaching Abroad in Japan Safe?" I hesitantly clicked the link, only to see the forum containing a large thread of positive comments saying stuff like, "Teaching there was a great experience, highly recommended," or "Once you go Japan, you'll never need another plan," stuff like that. I then came across a user that posted a comment saying, "For those who are considering being a tutor in Japan, you might want to watch this first before you fully commit," with a link right next to it. I felt extremely skeptical clicking the link, but my curiosity was too overbearing to withstand my compulsion, so I clicked it. I then saw a low-grade video of a woman with her hands bound to the ceiling while being completely wrapped in duct tape. The woman was also wearing a plain white mask over her face with the word "dog" written on it. I couldn't tell if this was a joke or some sort of sick snuff film until I saw a man approaching the woman holding a large machete. I could hear this poor lady screaming in agony as he began to shout, "What is your name?"
Please, sir, please just let me go. Please just let me go.
"What is your name?"
My name is Kathy. Please don't hurt me.
Wrong answer! Your name is Dog! Ugh. That's when I exited my web browser and instinctively video called Lindsay. It was about 3:15, the time I usually video called her. Oh, why now? Come on, answer the video call, damn it! I assumed she was still at work, or possibly out with the roommates, so I waited patiently for a return call at her convenience. I decided to stroll around Instagram for another hour or so till it was time to call it a night. I noticed Lindsay had posted a few pictures from the Halloween night out she had a couple days ago. It looked like a huge costume festival of some sort on the streets of Japan. That's when I spotted a shocking revelation in each of the photos presented. I saw a man wearing the same god mask as in the snuff film I'd seen earlier, nonchalantly masquerading in the background of the photos. He was in every photo looking towards the direction of where the picture was being taken. Or should I say, the direction of where my girlfriend and her roommate were. That's when I get a video call from Lindsay. I unnervingly accept it and see what seemed to be Lindsay and her roommate Saki wearing white masks with the words Dog 1 and Dog 2 written on them.
Hey, why the hell are you guys wearing that?
I want to play a game.
Guys, who the hell is that?
They both stood there silent looking at the webcam, almost like my words didn't have any significant purpose to them. I then heard the man in the background saying, "Transfer $20,000 to Dog 2's PayPal account right now, or else they both die."
What the hell is going on? Please, leave them alone or I'll call the cops!
So be it. Dog 2, take out Dog 1, now!
Please don't make me do this.
Do it! Dog 2, take out Dog 1 now, or else you're both getting taken out!
Please don't make me do that.
Do it, Dog 2! Take out Dog 1 right now,
or else I'm taking you both out!
No, please, please.
That's when Lindsay raises a large kitchen blade in the air and stabs Saki in the neck. I can hear her gargling her own blood while struggling to gasp for what seemed to be her last remaining breaths on Earth.
Dude, please stop this. I'm begging you. I'll do anything you want. Just please don't hurt my girlfriend.
That's when the voice in the background revealed himself, only to unveil the same man wearing the god mask that I'd seen in the snuff film and Instagram photos earlier. He then grabbed Lindsay by the forehead and raised a huge machete in the air, saying, "Transfer the money or else this dog gets put down too."
Dude, please, I'm transferring the money right now.
That's when I grabbed my phone and immediately began to transfer $20,000 to Lindsay's PayPal account.
Here, look, I transferred $20,000. Now, please, can you let her go? I did everything you wanted.
The man then approached the camera up close and began saying, "I'm just a guy trying to survive in this cold, cold world. I just do what I have to do to put food on my family's table, you know? Just know that God has nothing to do with this." What the hell? I began a request for another video chat, but there was no answer. That's when I get 2 messages from Lindsay's account. I click the chat box and see an image of Lindsay's severed head on top of the computer desk. The other image was a meme face with the caption, "Gotcha." I was a full-time employee at Burger King and had worked a monotonous 10-hour shift every day. The quality of my life wasn't the greatest, as the countless hours of work were starting to become more and more strenuous. I desperately needed money, as I wanted to move out of my grandfather's house and into a residence of my own. My grandfather took the responsibility of taking care of me since I was an infant, due to the tragic loss of my parents. My mother and father had suffered a fatal car crash which granted my grandfather full custody of me. I began comprehending the news as I got older, but oddly enough wasn't too affected by it, as he fit the bill of being the best caretaker that a kid could ever ask for. Playing duck hunt was one of my favorite things to do whenever I wasn't so busy at work. My grandfather didn't own any consoles that you would usually see in today's modern day, just the old school Nintendo with the classic gun controller. Hey, Grandpa.
Don't worry about me, son. Pay attention to the game and get that birdie.
That's it, Larry. Now go on. Shoot the birdie. Now!
Besides entertaining Grandpa with my spectacular duck hunt skills, I was usually serving customers at the drive-thru of Burger King. I always switched back and forth from the kitchen to providing customer service at the front counter. Our location wasn't usually as busy as most Burger King branches, as we were located by the corner of a quiet residential area, and there weren't many teenagers or kids around. Mostly just an older crowd that were either retired or just big fans of our adversary, McDonald's. Working at Burger King for a long duration of my postgraduate time off made me familiarized with the regulars who would come to dine in. I was usually scheduled for the night shift, so the difference in crowd was pretty evident, as our venue always seemed to attract homeless people or loiterers around this time. Then there was this one guy who would always arrive around 9 p.m. every evening dressed as a Burger King mascot. It was pretty evident this guy was either some crazy lunatic or just a really huge Burger King fan who wanted to look the part. I always got a few laughs and giggles every time I saw him, as the mock-up of the Burger King mascot was pretty accurate but at the same time outlandish. As impressive as his getup was, I was more intrigued by the absurd orders he usually requested. I remember him approaching the front counter as I said, "Hi sir, welcome to Burger King. May I take your order?" The mascot then said,
Give me 30 Whoppers.
"Sir, are you sure you want 30 Whoppers?"
I said 30 Whoppers! Make Whoppers now!
Okay, sir, just the sandwiches, or would you like to make it a combo?
Have it your way.
The mascot then placed about $150 on the counter and began walking towards the seating area. I recall him sitting in one of the booths as the employees in the back began preparing the 30 Whoppers. About 10 minutes later, I bring the stack of Whoppers on a tray towards the mascot's table and notice he had his cell phone held up by a salt shaker with the video camera recording. I place the tray down and casually walk back behind the front counter. I then saw the mascot completely demolish the Whoppers one by one. It appeared he was either filming a mukbang or just had a preposterous craving for Whoppers. I recall seeing the mascot eat a total of around 10 Whoppers out of the bunch and then pass out from the inevitable itis while drooling on the furniture. The time was around 12 a.m., which was when our restaurant closed for in-dining service, and also when it was the end of my shift. I knew in the back of my head that I had to politely escort the man out, so I slowly approach him as I see him snoring heavily. I gently tap his shoulder and say, "Hello, sir. I unfortunately need to ask you to leave as we're closing."
Give me Whopper. Give me Whopper. Give me Whopper.
Sir, I'm politely
Give me
asking you to
Whopper.
leave.
Make me Whopper, then I leave.
Sir, we can't do that. You need to leave now. I firmly secure my stance with an assertive poker face, while trying not to show any signs that I was nervous as hell. The mascot then gets up and walks out of the restaurant. Calling an Uber was completely necessary, as I wanted to avoid potentially being seen by that weirdo on the street or public transit. The time was roughly 1 a.m. when I made it home and immediately got in the shower. My paranoia began setting in, as all I could hear was weird noises coming from outside my shower curtain. Grandpa, is that you? That's when I heard the same Burger King mascot voice from earlier saying,
Open the door.
What the hell? How'd you get inside my house? Open the door! Open the door! Open the door! Get the hell out of here!
Fine, have it your way.
That's when the man grabbed a hold of the door hinges and repeatedly slammed his head against the door.
Get the hell out of my house or I'm calling the cops!
As the mascot continued slamming his head, I remembered my grandpa secretly keeping one of his handguns stashed in the bathroom cabinets. I took it out and pointed it towards the door as I said,
Please, please don't make me do this. Please just go. I have a lot to live for.
Here's Johnny!
The mascot successfully plummets his head through the door. Just then, I see my grandpa standing next to me. I shout,
Grandpa, help me!
That's it, Larry. Now go on. Shoot the birdie. Now!
I pulled the trigger and said,
Look, Grandpa, I did it! I killed the birdie! Aren't you proud of your grandson? I still got it, don't I?
This is a story that took place back when I was living with my ex-girlfriend Jasmine. I had recently moved from my parents' house and into an apartment complex where it was surprisingly quieter compared to the suburban area I was used to. Jasmine and I were both college graduates who worked full-time in our respective fields of study. I was in the construction business as I was always a blue-collar kind of guy who enjoyed hands-on work revolving around the trades industry. Jasmine was a financial advisor, so she usually got to work from home while I had the usual 9-to-5 that I've become accustomed to for the latter part of my life. On my off time, I would usually hang out with Jasmine at our local park or simply kick back and binge watch several shows on Netflix till I had completely passed out. Going to our local park around the evening time became a daily occurrence of ours. As rowing back and forth on the swings was Jasmine's way of de-stressing just before the very next day at work. This became a daily routine of ours since moving into the new neighborhood, just so we could feel more comfortable within our new whereabouts. Well, at least with the exception of Saturday nights, when I usually video called 3 close friends of mine from where I originally resided. Their names were Joe, Max, and Steve. This was a way I could stay connected with my friends, as I didn't want to tarnish my friendships with them, nor did I want to be known as the odd friend who cuts people off because he was quote-unquote whipped. Hey Rick, how's your stay over there?
Must be good getting some action without your parents in the next room, huh?
No comment.
Hey boys, we gonna keep talking about Ricky's love life or we gonna get this party started?
Cheers to that, Stevie boy.
Dang, what's the rush? We have all night, dude.
Alright, who wants to go first?
This was how me and my friends socially interacted with one another. We shared our personal scary stories and videos from around the internet that would be categorized within the horror genre. My friends and I have been horror addicts since childhood, so geeking over anything horror related was equivalent to our summer camp days back when we were still in elementary school. I didn't want to abruptly end the so-called tradition we had established despite living miles away from them, so I would make sure I video called them every so often. I recall dozing off from the lackluster stories being shared by my 2 friends Joe and Max, until it was Steve's turn to share his story.
You guys ever been on the dark web?
No, not me.
Not me.
Dude, don't tell me you actually went on it.
I personally didn't, but my younger brother did. He recently showed me this weird snuff film the other day that I thought you guys might like.
I personally felt intrigued by the idea as I didn't know or see much content regarding the dark web. All I knew was that it was a hidden browser that sold illegal products you would find on the street, except everything was online, or at least on the dark side of the internet. That's when Steve extemporaneously invites his younger brother in his room and introduces him.
Hey boys, say hi to my brother Eric.
What up, dude?
What's up, Eric?
You guys want to see something cool?
Hell yeah.
Sure, dude.
This better be good or else I want 5 minutes of my life back.
Eric shares his screen and opens up a video from an array of MP4 files shown on a folder. I then saw a low-quality video of a woman suspended in midair with her arms and feet attached with steel chains. She was oriented in this awkward bird-like position, almost like her perpetrator had no intentions of providing any circulation to the woman's extremities. I could see this poor lady desperately wailing through the duct tape on her mouth while hopelessly trying to free herself by vigorously shaking her arms and legs. I remember gasping in awe as I didn't know if this was some sort of weird hoax or if this was a legitimate snuff film about to unfold. That's when I heard a loud sound abruptly come from the background, like someone was revving an engine to a motor of something. I then saw a large man approaching the woman while wearing a pig mask and holding a running chainsaw in a barbaric fashion. It looked like some psycho wanting to Renaissance Leatherface from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, based on the way he held the chainsaw and the attire he presented himself in.
You're my lucky number 20. You know that? I never thought I'd reach this milestone, you know? All that hard labor just to get to you. Do you even know what you put me through? Huh? Tell the people watching at home how much you appreciate my hard work. Say it! That's what I thought. You're going to be the best doll I've ever had. You complete me.
Rick, what the hell is going on? What are you watching?
Jasmine, get out! I don't want you seeing this!
That's when the pigman began to pierce the chainsaw into the woman's arms and legs as each limb dropped from her torso and was left dangling from each chain. No. This can't be real. What kind of sick person would do this to someone? I remember feeling the sensation of a trickle of blood running down my nostrils as I see my friends visibly shaken up by the footage. The woman had all 4 of her limbs dissected by the chainsaw as she eventually collapsed on the floor and began having a seizure. I abruptly end the video call. I couldn't watch that anymore. I decided to message my friends through a group chat saying that I was throwing in the towel and heading to bed. Trying to comprehend what had just occurred was almost impossible. I couldn't help but tremble in the same spot for about several minutes. I eventually end up crawling into bed and laying next to Jasmine while trying to force myself to sleep and not think about what transpired on that video chat. This is when the story gets more disturbing. Fast forward about 2 years, my life has taken a drastic turn for the worst. My girlfriend and I mutually agreed to separate while my dad passed away at the age of 45 due to heart failure, leaving my mother and 3 children, including myself, alone. I never felt so depressed in my life. I would sometimes spontaneously cry at work while trying to hide my emotions from the other employees. It honestly felt like the days were getting longer and my weekends were getting shorter as time went on. I couldn't help but think that that video was some kind of curse. I remember being at the stage where I had completely isolated myself from everyone around me, including my close relatives. I eventually developed an obsession over the dark web and installed a Tor browser on my laptop. I wanted to climb further down the rabbit hole. I wanted to see if I could discover anything related to the pigman or the woman he had mutilated that night. I recall surfing the hidden wiki only to come across a few links selling various weapons, illegal services, and narcotics. I obviously wasn't interested in such things, so I began browsing some more. After 2 hours of intense searching, I found similar style images of females having their extremities amputated and then being sold as so-called dolls. I then came across an MP4 file on the homepage of one of the links on the hidden wiki. I pressed play and saw a video of a woman swinging back and forth on a swing with a paper mask on her face. This honestly looked like the same setting as the previous video. I then saw the same large man approach her as he kicked the poor lady off of the swing and began yelling,
Bark for me! Now walk, doll!
That's when the amputated woman began walking on all fours as if she was a stray dog or something. As the pigman got closer to the camera, I could see he was wearing what looked like the skin face of an actual human. What makes this story more disturbing was how similar the skin mask looked in comparison to Jasmine's face. From the identical freckles to the skin complexion to the swing, all the pieces were starting to add up as I genuinely believed this woman could potentially be my ex-girlfriend Jasmine. I then Googled Jasmine's name, only to find her in a missing persons report. Several months later, my speculation would finally come to a halting stop as Jasmine's body was found in a black garbage bag, located in a dumpster outside a meat market. At the time that this occurred, Jasmine was found unresponsive and in critical condition. She was eventually taken to the hospital and miraculously survived her injuries. About a year or 2 after her recovery, she was given a formal unpublished interview, but it was reported that she had suffered from severe Stockholm Syndrome. This is what it looked like.
Today is currently Wednesday the 21st. The time is approximately 3 p.m. in the afternoon. We are here with Jasmine, who will briefly answer questions based on her current health and share her story. Now Jasmine, if you feel uncomfortable at all during the interview, feel free to let us know and we'll take a break, okay?
I want to return home to Master's Swing, where the world is divine and the dolls are beautiful.
So, first and foremost, how is your health today?
I want to return home to Master's Swing, where the world is divine and the dolls are beautiful.
Jasmine, how would you describe your experience while being held in captivity?
I want to return home to Master's Swing, where the world is divine and the dolls are beautiful.
Can you describe your captor's appearance? Jasmine, are you okay? Do you need some water?
I want to return home to Master's Swing, where the world is divine and the dolls are beautiful. I want to return home to Master's Swing, where the world is divine and the dolls are beautiful.
Can you please tell us what his name is?
Swing, where the world is divine and the dolls are beautiful. I want to return home to Master's
Jasmine,
Swing,
please,
where the
disclose
world
your
is
captor's
divine
name
and the
to
dolls
us.
are beautiful. I want to return home to Master's Swing.
Tell us his
where
name,
the world
damn it.
is divine and the dolls are beautiful.
Tell
I
us
want to
his
return
name.
home to Master's Swing, where the world is divine.
What is
and the
your
dolls are
master's
beautiful.
name?
His name is Pigman.
About several years ago, I used to work at an engineering firm where I would get carpal tunnel from typing on the keyboard all day. It was currently a Friday, so I figured I'd treat myself to a beer after my shift was done. Figured I could get hammered for a change, instead of heading home to an empty house with no female companionship. During my lunch break, I remember Googling any nearby pub and bar to go to. I came across a Hooters that was located about 15 minutes away by vehicle. I had previously been to many Hooters in the past and always found it quite charming to say the least. If I had to describe it, I would say it was like your ordinary sports bar, accompanied by some of the finest girls who wore their distinctive Hooters attire, of course with the orange shorts. Like I said before, I had been to many Hooters venues in the past, so going to this new location was really refreshing. As I made my arrival, it was roughly evening time, which meant that the place was probably hoarded with customers. I pushed open the front doors and saw exactly what I had anticipated. A bunch of attractive Hooters waitresses, and a bunch of men flirting with them who were old enough to be the girls' fathers. I made my way across the bar, while slowly glancing at the array of bottles behind this attractive bartender. I casually leaned against the bar as she approaches me saying,
What you drinking today, big guy?
"Rum and Coke, please." The waitress then begins whipping up the concoction while staring across the bar at someone. At first, I couldn't tell exactly what she was looking at, but then I saw a rather large gentleman sitting at a table alone, making direct eye contact with her. If I had to describe the man, I would say he was in his late 40s and had a beer gut hanging onto his lap. I assumed he was just some creep who had a crush on the bartender. As the Hooters lady began serving my drink, I nosily asked her, "Hey, is everything okay?"
Not really. That weirdo across the room keeps looking at me.
He's probably just a big fan of your drinks.
Yeah. Not to mention there's been a rumor circulating around town. Hooters girls have gone missing.
What? Are you freaking kidding me?
Hey, make me a beer, lady!
Get someone else to do it. I'm about to clock out, pal.
Make me a beer, or else I'm telling your boss your shorts are tight enough to see you. Leave her alone now!
About 5 minutes after that bizarre encounter, I felt obligated to escort the lady outside the parking lot, and even went as far as to offer her a lift. The lady took me up on my offer as she wanted to avoid further confrontation with any creeps lurking in the night. As I drove down the street, I began striking up a decent conversation with the lady. Everything was pretty swell till she asked,
So, where are you heading after?
"What do you mean?
Like, after you drop me off. Are you heading home?
Who says you're heading home?
What?
You know, you should really be more careful before getting into a stranger's car. After all, Hooters waitresses have been disappearing, haven't they?"
No! No, stop! Stop! Somebody help me! No!
The day was October 21st, just several days shy before Halloween. My anticipation grew higher and higher as I planned to host a Halloween party at my place. I remember setting up a Facebook event and inviting my close friends and coworkers to join the party. My friend Dave would usually be the one to host these kind of events, but unfortunately he couldn't do it this year as his parents were having renovations done at their house. While setting up the event, I didn't take into consideration that my parents were extremely against Halloween festivities. They would always lecture me on why Halloween was a holiday only made for kids who wanted to go to hell and worship the devil. What made things more frustrating was how they kept the same beliefs until now, despite me being in my late teens. One night, I noticed my mom sitting in the living room watching TV. I began to approach her direction while trying to muster up any plausible excuse that would persuade her in the favor of my party idea. I casually hovered over her saying, "Hey Mom, just in case Dad didn't tell you today, I just wanted to say that you look very beautiful."
What the hell do you want, George?
What?
You're not usually this nice, so spit it out, whatever you have to say.
Can I invite my friends over for Halloween this year?
Get the hell out of my face.
I remember heading to my bedroom while pouting under my breath on how I was living such an unfair life. I sat in front of my computer and began sulking for the remainder of the night as I messaged the bad news to my friend Dave. As I embarrassingly addressed the issue, Dave responded back by suggesting that we purchase an Airbnb instead of hosting the party at someone's house. I thought it was a pretty smart idea, so we mutually agreed to get an Airbnb that was located somewhere more secluded and away from the suburban part of town. Feelings of excitement began exuberating throughout my body, as I couldn't help but feel exhilarated at the notion that I didn't have to deal with my parents' incompetence. Fast forward to October 31st and it was officially Halloween. I began driving towards the Airbnb destination about an hour or two after check-in, just so I could prep before the guests arrived. As I got closer to the destination, I remember seeing a decent-sized house that looked a tad run down. It didn't look like there were any other houses around, just a lot of tall trees and a scent of pine cones in the air. I figured it would add to the spooky ambiance considering this was Halloween. As I got inside, I immediately started setting up for the party while having a few glasses of alcohol on the side. A couple hours later, the sun was finally beginning to set, which meant that the guests were on their way to the party. I figured I'd dress as Georgie from the movie It, as my name was George, so pun intended. I texted and called my friend Dave, but unfortunately didn't get a response. I speculated that everyone was either unable to find the correct address or was just going to show up to this party fashionably late. That's when the living room TV begins to abruptly turn on. I then saw a bizarre message playing on the TV, as if it came straight out of the movie The Purge saying,
"This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual purge sanctioned by the US government. Weapons of Class 4 and lower have been authorized for use during the purge. All other weapons are restricted. Government officials..."
What the hell is going on? I turn the TV off and immediately hear a knock coming from the front door. I opened the door and saw some kids shout, "Trick or treat!" Sorry guys, no candy here today. You suck, and wearing a raincoat isn't a costume, cheapskate.
I'm dressed as Georgie, you idiot!
I slammed the door shut and began to hammer down another drink. That's when I heard another knock at the door. Go away. Go away. Go away.
Go away! I'm not handing out any candy, you stupid kids!
I angrily approached the door and looked through the peephole, only to see a group of people wearing purge masks while holding machetes. At first glance, I thought it was the guests from the party, but then I heard one of the guys say, "Maybe we can go through the backyard and take him out there." My heart began to submerge into my stomach. I turned off all the house lights and simultaneously darted across the living room to make sure that the backyard sliding door was locked. As I secured the lock handle, one of the purgers slammed his hand on the glass door while yelling,
"Open the door, Georgie! Leave me alone or I'm calling the cops!"
That's when I grabbed a large blade from the knife set on the kitchen counter and ran towards the bedrooms. I then saw a red balloon hovering above the ground. I couldn't tell if I was hallucinating or not from the belligerent state that I was in. Nonetheless, I plowed through the hallway and locked myself in one of the bedrooms. As I glanced through the blinds of the bedroom window, I saw someone dressed as Pennywise dancing psychotically while staring in my direction. I heard nothing but the sound of my heart throbbing vigorously through my chest cavity. That's when I hear the closet door open behind me. I couldn't move a single muscle as I was honestly petrified to turn around. I then felt a soft tap on my shoulder with someone saying, "Hi, Georgie."
Ah!
How the hell did you get in here?
You want a balloon, Georgie?
What?
Here, take it. Take it.
Get away from me, clown!
You'll float too. You'll float too. You'll float too. You'll float too.
That's when the clown's mouth abnormally opens wide and begins to swallow my entire head. I felt like my life was slowly diminishing. Through my drunken haze, I dug the kitchen blade into the stomach of the clown despite not being able to see a thing. I could feel the hand that was digging at the clown's stomach become wet from the blood being shed everywhere. I then opened my eyes and realized that the mouth that was supposedly swallowing my head was none other than a brown paper bag being held by my friend Dave.
Happy Halloween! Ah!
It was the Halloween night of 2011 when I was out trick-or-treating with two of my close friends. For disclaimer purposes, I'll be using pseudonyms, as I like to keep the identity of everyone involved in this story anonymous. That being said, I'll go by the alias Mike. My friends will go by Tom and Jerry, respectively. We were all dressed as characters from our favorite childhood cartoons. I was dressed as Naruto, as that was my favorite anime. Tom was dressed as Goku from Dragon Ball Z. Jerry was dressed as Spider-Man, as he was a hardcore fan of the Tobey Maguire series that aired in the early 2000s. I remember us trick-or-treating for about a solid hour or two around the neighborhood. I could feel my legs get sore from all the relentless walking and strain from carrying my heavy sack of candy. My bag was starting to get full to the brim. My friends' bags were just as full, as they began carrying their sacks over their shoulders like they were Santa Claus delivering gifts on a Christmas evening. If I had $1 for every candy that was inside my bag, I would have definitely had enough to buy myself a new gaming console. Guys, can we go home? Dude, don't give up yet. We still got room in our bags. Just 10 more minutes, man. You're just saying that because you're practically wearing a onesie made out of women's leggings. At least you don't have to wear this stupid wig on your head. Stop being such wimps. This day only comes once a year, so grow up, hair, and let's keep going. Jerry began to make his way further down the street, while me and Tom looked at each other with a disdained look that screamed, "Let's get this over with quick." We then proceeded to walk towards Jerry's direction. I recall Jerry already standing in front of a house with his arms extending his bag towards the candy giver saying, "Trick or treat!" I also noticed this one trick-or-treater wearing a Jason Voorhees mask standing behind him. He was a tall and slim kind of guy who was either a really big kid or just an older man who didn't want to give up the trick-or-treating tradition. As we approached another house, Jerry said, "Alright guys, just 2 more houses, then we can bounce." The individual wearing the Jason mask casually inserts himself in the conversation and says,
Would you guys mind if I trick-or-treat with you as well? I lost my friends and don't have my cell phone on me.
I personally didn't want this guy tagging along as I was already done with the day and didn't need any further baggage prolonging the night. I casually make eye contact with Tom and Jerry while desperately trying to portray signals to not accept the guy's request. Jerry enthusiastically says, "Yeah, sure, let's go."
Thanks, guys. You made my Halloween so much better.
We then proceeded to walk towards the next house while I began sulking under my breath saying, "Frickin' prick, since when was Jerry the shot caller?" After about several minutes of trick-or-treating, I could honestly say that I didn't mind his company as he seemed like a nice guy and introduced himself as Jason. No pun intended. We eventually finished trick-or-treating and decided to call it a night. Myself, Tom, and Jerry say our farewells to Jason as he responds saying,
It was nice meeting you guys. Just out of curiosity, whereabouts do y'all live? Maybe I can walk with y'all home.
Again, Jerry sporadically discloses the name of our street to him as me and Tom expressively show our disdain to Jerry for revealing such personal information.
Well, how ironic. I live around y'all's area too. You guys mind if I walk home with you?
Me and Tom remained silent as we made it pretty evident that we were upset at Jerry. Dude, I don't think my friends want to go—
You guys look awfully tired. Just to make y'all feel better, I do know a shortcut if you're trying to avoid the long walk home.
Yeah, sure, dude. Count me in, dude. Where's it at? Jason then points his finger in the direction of an entrance of a forest preserve and says,
We'd have to walk through there. There's a path that could get us home in about 10 minutes tops.
I'm gonna have to pass. I don't like deer, and I'm not trying to get eaten by a bear today. Screw it, I'm going. Same. I want to get home faster, dude. Later, Jerry. Me, Tom, and Jason begin making our way inside the forest while Jerry casually hangs back to go to his alternate direction home. As we got deeper into the forest, Jason took out a flashlight from his candy bag and began to flash it towards the pathway ahead of us. Well, I wouldn't really call it a pathway, as the entire ground was covered in dirt, leaves, trees, and bushes scattered everywhere. I remember walking for about 10 minutes, but in reality, it felt like 30. His directions were precise and his voice was comprehensible. I understood every instruction he was directing us to walk in, but couldn't digest why the walk was taking so long. I had completely ignored the fact that it was well over 10 minutes. For better context, me and Tom were leading the walk while Jason shined his flashlight from behind while giving out directions. Yo, are we there yet? My legs are freaking killing me, man. Dude, when are we gonna make it home? It's been like 20 minutes already.
We'll be arriving there in just a minute, boys.
As we began to walk further down the forest, I casually turned my head to glance at Jason, only to see him wearing his mask still, despite trick-or-treating being over with. I started to feel a little uncomfortable, and began questioning the guy's integrity by saying, "Dude, why are you still wearing your mask? And I'm starting to believe you're not leading us home."
Stop!
Jason then points at 2 shovels sitting on a small area of open dirt and says,
Both of you, pick up the shovels now!
Dude, what's going on? Jason then pulls out a long machete from the back of his pants and says,
Pick up those shovels and start digging a hole!
"What?"
Do it, weeb! Dude, please, just let us go! Pick up the shovel and start digging, Naruto! This is your last warning that I'm killing you both!
That's when me and Tom pick up the shovels and frantically start digging. In the back of my head, I was legitimately contemplating putting up a fight with this psycho as it was 2 against 1 with the aid of the shovels. Unfortunately, I couldn't muster up the courage to put up a fight against him as I didn't want to run the risk of mine or Tom's head getting chopped off. About 15 to 20 minutes later, me and Tom dug a hole big enough for the both of us to fit inside it. As we were about to make our way out of the hole, Jason shouts,
Don't move! Stay in the hole!
As he forcibly grabs both the shovels away from us while holding the machete against us. Jason then tucks the machete inside his pants, grabs one of the shovels, and begins burying us alive with the dirt we just dug out. I began to feel my vision getting blurry as the overwhelming amount of dirt he was tossing at us impaired my vision.
Please, I don't want to die! I'm too young for this, please!
Please, let us go! Why are you doing this? We're only kids! All I remember thinking about in that moment was how a human could do such an inhumane act, and how I was literally going to share my remaining moments on Earth being buried alive with my best friend. I was at the point where I had already accepted death. I recall the taste of dirt and dead bugs going inside my mouth. The sensation of dirt hitting my skin was all I felt. That's when I heard a loud thud like he had just bashed Tom's brains out. I couldn't hear or feel any more dirt hitting the surface of my face. I rubbed my eyes to clear my vision, only to see Jason laying face down on the ground unconscious, with my other friend Jerry holding the shovel. Me and Tom then dig ourselves out of the hole and hop back to ground level. Despite surviving the catastrophe and being able to run away scot-free, I grabbed the machete from the back of Jason's pants. I then held him up by the forehead and began hacking at his neck, slicing and dicing repeatedly. I eventually decapitated his head while my entire Naruto costume was covered in blood. I remember seeing my friends nonchalantly watching me with a gaunt emotion, almost like my sadistic actions didn't even faze them. I then pushed his body into the hole as my friends began to collectively bury him. As outlandish as the story sounds, it was a true story that actually happened to me. I always wondered what heaven would be like if I was to die alongside my friend Tom that night. Jerry was initially supposed to head home, but decided to follow us as he saw the machete tucked in the back of Jason's pants. He began to directly follow behind our footsteps and unexpectedly witnessed the altercation go down. As we were getting buried alive, he used the opportunity to knock Jason out with the second shovel sitting behind him. I still don't know to this day if his remains were ever discovered. All I know is that I had a deadly conscious seep inside my head that night. but at the same time, a hint of satisfaction. Never in 1,000 years did I ever expect to experience such a disturbing encounter during a date. A date that I'm now reminded of every time I stare at my reflection. The scars that remain on my face only reflect my scars from the outside, but don't project the scars from the inside. The brutality in the hands of this certain individual left me seeking professional counseling. I find it difficult to erase the image of the individual's face from my memory, as it still sends shockwaves through my anatomy. Maybe sharing my story with the world will help close this horrific chapter of my life. It all started a couple years ago, when the dating app Tinder first launched. I remember seeing all of my friends download the app as it was the new trend when it came to online dating. I've used other dating apps in the past, but never really got too far in the dating scene besides a nice meeting you text or a $100 bill after a lunch date. There was this one occasion when I got home from a long day of school. I remember face planting on my bed the moment I stepped foot inside my room. I had just finished midterms and felt the sudden urge to blow off some steam and perhaps go out later that night. I grabbed my cell phone and began messaging my friends in our group chat saying, "Yo, anyone down to chill later?" A couple of minutes go by and I get a few replies saying something to the effect of, "Not today, with girlfriend," or "Got a Tinder date tonight." This was incredibly frustrating, as I felt like I was slowly becoming the one single friend in my entire friend group. I felt like my social skills and dating life were slowly diminishing the longer I stayed home and didn't go out. That's when I decided to log onto my desktop computer and create a new Tinder profile. After a couple of minutes of typing out a witty personal bio, I started uploading old photos to my profile. I made sure to also download the app on my phone while making myself comfortable on my living room couch. I remember swiping through the app for a few minutes and seeing dozens of attractive females. Due to my previous encounters regarding dating apps, I knew not to trust the pictures within the girls' profiles, as some of them could turn out to be catfishes more often than not. During the latter part of my evening, I was waiting patiently to match with any girls on Tinder. My dad always told me to shoot my shot with as many girls as possible. That way the probability of hooking up with one would be higher than the average guy. I recall swiping right and liking at least 100 girls' profiles on Tinder. Out of the hundreds of girls, I surprisingly got no matches back. I couldn't help but feel my self-esteem gradually deplete. I didn't want to sour the rest of my day, so I decided to put my phone down and watch some TV for the remainder of the evening. My anxiety began playing tricks on me as I truly convinced myself that I was going to be single forever. The room suddenly became silent despite the television still remaining on. My eyes started getting heavy the longer I stared at the TV. I began picking at the armrest of my sofa while trying to blow off some steam. Feelings of anxiety weighed heavy on my shoulders. Am I really gonna die single? Does anyone want to be with me? That's when I hear a notification sound coming from my phone. I grabbed my phone and noticed it was a match from someone on Tinder. As I opened up the app, I noticed a female of Asian descent. She didn't have many pictures on her profile, just one picture with the name Tina. From the looks of it, she seemed fairly attractive and was roughly around the same age group as I was. The bio on her profile was straight to the point. I remember it saying something along the lines of, "The hotter twin sister, you should date me." I found the description rather odd, but brushed it off as I just wanted to get some action that night. That's when she sent a direct message to me. I opened up the message, which read,
I'd love to talk in person if you're free.
with a smiley emoji. I was surprised at how forward she was. Her location said she lived about 15 kilometers away, which translated to about a 10-minute drive from my house, give or take. I figured meeting up with this girl wouldn't be much of an inconvenience considering how close she was. I sent a message asking for her contact information. She then responds with her fully disclosed address and phone number. Again, I was taken aback by how forward she was with her contact details. I began speculating if she was a catfish or not. Nonetheless, I brushed the notion under the rug and decided to respond back with, "Cool, be there in an hour," as I made my way to the washroom for a quick shower. My entire body began feeling antsy. I couldn't help but feel genuinely excited as if I was going on a first date again. That's when I hear another notification sound coming from my phone. I checked my phone and saw another match coming from Tinder. Could this be my lucky day? I wondered. I clicked on the profile and noticed it was Tina, except the name on the profile said Lena. As I read her bio, I could see it was similar to Tina's profile saying, "The hotter twin sister, you should date me." The distance next to her name was also 15 kilometers. Could it be? This has to be the twin she was talking about. Speculations began running through my head. I made the assumption that Tina and Lena were both twin sisters, considering the identical similarities in names, appearance, and location. It seemed like the pair had a pretty petty relationship with one another based on the way they were outing each other on their bios. She then messages me as well saying,
"Don't date my sister Tina, date me instead."
I couldn't help but feel amused at the notion that I literally had twin sisters fighting over me that I hadn't even met yet. Not really considering if this was a good idea or not, I decided to entertain it by saying, "How about we all go on a triple date?" Lena then responds with,
"Fine, but you better like me more."
My mind was racing. I couldn't believe I was going to potentially hook up with two attractive-looking twins. Something on every guy's bucket list. That being said, I grabbed my car keys and made my way inside my vehicle. I punched in the address on Google Maps and started driving towards the destination. About 10 to 15 minutes later, I arrived there and saw a fairly small house surrounded by a lot of trees. The house honestly looked like a shack that you would put storage in. I casually make my way onto the porch and began knocking on the door. I remember hearing faint noises of heavy footsteps making their way towards my direction. As I heard the door locks beginning to open, I popped a breath mint in my mouth to give a good impression. The door began to creak open, and there stood a girl with two heads attached to her body. If I recall the politically correct term, they were conjoined twins. The girl on the right then introduced herself saying,
I'm Tina, also known as the hotter twin. And here is my uglier half, Lena.
Speak for yourself. Anyway, I'm Lena. You must be Jeff, right?
Yeah.
Come inside so we can get this party started.
I honestly contemplated on booking it, as it was clear as day that I'd been catfished, but I decided to take the high road and continue with the date, so I said, sure, ladies. As I made my way inside, I couldn't help but notice how well kept the place was. There were even 3 plates of steak preps sitting on the dining room table. I felt a little relieved I didn't split the scene, as I would have lived to regret leaving the twins high and dry despite all their efforts. We all began to walk towards the table. I sat on one side while the twins sat across from me. An awkward essence filled the room as I couldn't believe who I was currently on a date with. If I had to be honest, I couldn't muster up an appetite despite how delicious the meal looked. Tina held the steak with a fork in place while Lena began slicing it into bite-sized pieces. I sat there watching with my jaw hanging from my face as the twins started feeding themselves with their respective hands. I genuinely don't mean to be rude, but it was the most bizarre thing to watch considering it wasn't expected. Tina then says,
Why aren't you eating your steak, Jeff? I worked on it all day.
Leave him alone. He doesn't want to eat your shitty cooking.
I didn't ask you, idiot.
I wish we were separated. I can't stand you.
Psh, at least I don't have to share the same brain as you.
Girls, please stop fighting. I'm just a little full from the food I had earlier.
Who do you think's hotter? Me or her?
I'm not here to pick favorites, Tina.
He obviously likes me more.
There's a reason why I was born on the right side. Because I'm Mrs. Right.
Condescending bitch.
Girls, if you don't stop, I'm leaving.
The tension in the room got very uncomfortable. Both twins began to mean mug me while holding a knife in one hand and a fork in the other. I could hear nothing but pin drops as the room suddenly became silent. Tina then slams her clenched fist on the table while holding the fork in her palm, saying,
You're not going anywhere, Jeff.
"What are you talking about?" The twins then got up from their chair and began approaching my direction. I began leaning back the closer they got to me. "Ladies, can you please put the knife and fork down?" As I looked into their eyes, I could see them both filled with rage, while Lena's had a hint of concern within them. Tina then abruptly takes a swipe across my face with the fork in her hand.
Ow! What the hell is your problem? Get the hell away from me or I'm calling the cops!
I sat in my seat flabbergasted while trying to subdue the blood dripping down my face. Lena then says,
Why did you do that? If you go to jail, they're gonna put me in there with you, you idiot!
Good. Not only will we be close physically, but we'll also be close emotionally.
Lena then begins stabbing Tina across her face and neck repeatedly. I sat there in disbelief while being showered in their blood. As Lena continuously stabbed Tina, I saw her eyes beginning to slowly roll in the back of her head as the pair abruptly collapsed on the floor.
Groundhog Day has always been a strange tradition to me, ever since I learned what a groundhog really is. It was my older brother who taught me, and I'll never forget it. But I guess, just like everyone else, I'll never speak on it either, and I'll keep the sham about those timid little mammals alive. That being said, I need to know that I'm not alone in hiding the truth about groundhogs, those buried secrets. For this reason, I'm sharing a key childhood memory to the internet, anonymously of course. It was Christmas several years ago. I was much younger then and far more ignorant. My family, me, my older brother, and our parents had rented a winter cottage in the countryside for the holiday weekend. They wanted to get away from the noise of the city and retreat to the old-fashioned ways of living. Furnaces and firewood, no connection to the outside world and all that. The rustic essentials. All my brother and I cared about were the wide open spaces of trees and fresh powder without one chaperone in sight. On the first evening, while our parents were preparing dinner in the cottage, my brother and I were out playing in the snow, building forts and staging great battles with snowballs. Then, to our surprise, another kid around our age appeared from within the trees, and we stopped. "Hey, you guys must be the new visitors. Do you think I could join in?" We shrugged and let him over. For the rest of the evening, we teamed up as brothers against the alien invader, pelting him with snowballs from our impenetrable forts. He quickly got tired of our camping. "Hey, you guys should follow me to this clearing I know of. There's way more open space. Don't worry, I live around here, so it's safe." "Nah, man, it's dinner time for us. Maybe next time, dude." "Both of you are a bunch of chicken shits." We ignored him and went inside the cottage. Dinner was on the table waiting for us, and man, was it delicious. Don't knock firewood smoked ham until you've tried it. That stuff put us right to sleep. The next morning was Christmas Day, and also our last full day at the cottage. We were to leave the following morning on Sunday. For the first little while, we were stuck inside, opening presents with our parents and doing all sorts of obligatory bonding activities. We were itching to get outside the whole time. Snow just doesn't fall the same in the city as it does out in the wilderness. Finally, when they started on dinner once again, my brother and I were free to resume our snowball fight. We built up our defense forts even more, but right as we were about to launch the first attacks, the same kid from yesterday showed up again. "You boys gonna hide in your little trenches all day again? Or are you gonna come join me on the battlefield like real men?" His delivery struck a nerve in both of us as we were huddled with our faces in the snow. "Fine, man. We'll go, but we're gonna destroy you." "That's what I like to hear." "Wait, let me tell Mom and Dad we're leaving first." "Oh, come on. Do you need Mommy and Daddy's permission for everything?" This kid and his harsh words were getting to me. I gave in and joined my brother in his vow to pummel that jerk with snowballs. So, we followed him through the forest for about half a mile until we reached the massive flat clearing surrounded by huge, towering trees. The kid threw first, without warning, so my brother and I teamed up again and did battle for several hours. Not that I liked the kid, but it sure was fun to have a real enemy for a snowball fight. After a long, heartfelt fury of battle, all three of us were ready for a break. The local kid retreated into the woods for a piss, while my brother congratulated me on a war well won. As soon as the kid returned, he was back at it with the snowballs, except they weren't normal snowballs. They were yellow. He nailed both of us in the face with yellow snow before we could react.
Piss balls! Get got, chumps!
I started to cry, but my brother had a different reaction. I saw the rage flare up in his eyes before he ran the kid down and threw him into the snow, grappling on top of him and laying into him with fists, swing after swing, without end. All I could think about was how late it was getting, and how we'd need to get back to the cottage before it got dark.
Stop! Stop! I'll call the cops! You'll go to jail! You're assaulting me!
My brother was unfazed. He continued to beat that poor kid into a bloody pulp. Eventually, there were no more screams. Yet still, my brother maintained his barrage of punches, splattering crimson into the snow surrounding them. I was so confused. I'd never seen my brother do anything like that. When he finally let up, he came to me and put a bloodied hand on my shoulder. Hey, little bro. Help me bury this kid in the snow.
What?
Hurry up or I'll beat the crap out of you too. The shock of the situation sent me into autopilot. I helped dig the hole on my hands and knees, still tearing up. And when I caught a look at that poor kid's face, or what was left of it, I nearly vomited. As we covered the body, the sun began to disappear beyond the horizon, along with my innocence. The rest of that weekend was unbearably tense. We returned to the cottage in darkness, late for dinner, and got interrogated by our parents. Neither of us said anything about what happened, just a load of flimsy excuses. We didn't eat much either. We couldn't. That night, when neither of us could hope to sleep, my brother did his best to explain everything. That was just a groundhog, little bro. Don't worry about anything. Lots of jerks like him become groundhogs. People call jerks pigs and hogs all the time, and the ones people hate the most end up in the ground, buried in the dirt or snow, like we just did. Haven't you heard of Groundhog's Day? It was a lot for me to handle, learning that what we did was actually a Western tradition. That those little rodents are just used to conceal the grim reality. I still find it hard to believe, but you tell me.
I used to be friends with this guy who worked at KFC. His name was Jake. I knew him for years throughout school. When we got out, we ended up getting jobs at the same strip mall. I worked at the GameStop just across the parking lot from the KFC he worked at. I could see the Colonel's sign out of the window all day long, so by the end of my shifts, I was usually craving some fried chicken. Plus, it was always nice to stop by and talk to my friend Jake at the register. After I finished work one night, I decided to buy some chicken for dinner, and to remind Jake to get on Call of Duty once he got home. I knew he was working that night, and he told me his shift would be ending soon after mine. However, I didn't see him when I walked into the restaurant. Actually, there was hardly anyone in there, except one person behind the register where Jake should have been standing. I'd never seen this guy before. For some reason, he looked out of place behind a fast food counter, like it was his first day or something. He stared at me awkwardly as I approached the register. To my surprise, however, his customer service was more friendly and hospitable than just about anyone I'd ever seen working minimum wage. "Good evening, sir. How may I take your order?" Have you seen Jake? I wanted to stop by and say hi to him. Oh, Jake's on break, good sir, but I can help you. On break? It didn't make sense that Jake would wait until the end of his shift to take his only break. I tried to discreetly look behind the guy at the counter and into the kitchen. From what I could see, the kitchen was empty. There was nobody at work back there. No cleaning, no dishwashing going on, not one sound or sight in the whole place except me and this weird guy, and he didn't even have a name tag. Excuse me, I don't mean to be that guy, but is your manager around? I am the manager, good sir. Yes, it's just me tonight, holding it down for the customers. Why do you ask? Are you interested in becoming part of the KFC team? Thank you, but no, I'm already employed. I was still wearing my GameStop uniform at the time, so I pointed to my name tag. Ah, well, I see. It's a shame, though. You would have made great fried chicken. Could I just get a 10-piece bucket and a Coke? Sure thing, Flynn. Cash only, by the way. The card reader's broken. I handed him $10 and reluctantly tipped him some quarters from the change he gave me. I felt a little bad for being rude to the guy, but I just felt so much more at ease when he finally walked away. It took him several minutes to come back with my order, even though no other customers came inside or through the drive-thru while I waited. Every one of those minutes was tense. All I wanted to do was get my fried chicken, go home, and play some video games with my friend, wherever he was. When, at last, I finally got my meal, I grabbed it and rushed out of there, paying no attention to the bone-chilling ear-to-ear grin on that weird guy's face as he handed me the bucket. I sped off in my car and drove home in a rush to get away from him. I changed out of my work clothes in a flash, then got online and ready to game. While I waited for Jake to get on, I started to eat my dinner for the night. 10 delicious pieces of heart-stopping, artery-clogging fried chicken. I remember thinking to myself as I mowed through the pieces, man, this has got to be the best Kentucky Fried Chicken I've ever had. I guess that guy could have been the manager. It's so good. It doesn't even taste like chicken. Maybe it's duck. After a while, I started to slow down. Jake still hadn't got on and I only had about 3 pieces of chicken left. That's when I noticed something strange at the bottom of the bucket. It was breaded like fried chicken, but it was too small to be that. It was a small rectangular thing. Out of curiosity, I fished it out of the bucket. As soon as I picked it up, all the breading crumbled away, revealing a small piece of white plastic with a pin glued onto it. Did that weird guy lose his name tag in the batter? But when I turned it over, the name printed on it was...
Jake!
The whole time I'd been waiting on him, he was wafting into my nose, getting ground between my teeth, and sliding down into my stomach. No, this can't be. I dropped the bucket onto the ground as I trembled at the thought. Was that really Jake? I couldn't believe it. I picked up my phone and called Jake, but there was no answer. I panicked. I quickly called his mom, only to find out that Jake had not come home that night.
Ah!
Tell me, is it finger licking good?
I was a 21-year-old male living in the outskirts of the city. I personally enjoyed living in a rural area, as I found it more peaceful than living in the city, where it was often congested with hordes of pedestrians roaming the streets. The area where I resided was made up of crop fields and farmland, not the commonly seen infrastructure I was used to seeing in the city. It was nothing but just farm animals and broad landscapes glistening within the horizon. I usually was in the city for the latter part of my day, as I was a full-time Uber driver that worked close to 12 hours a day. I personally didn't like the job a whole lot, but unfortunately I didn't have much of a choice, as I needed to help my parents pay off their mortgage that was lingering over their shoulders for the last decade or so. I wasn't much of a people person, so I would always drive in silence or casually have the radio playing in the background, just to ease the subtle awkwardness of a complete stranger sitting in the passenger side next to me. I remember on this one particular night, I was heading home from a long shift of driving a bunch of drunk college students around the city, considering it was the weekend. The time was around 2 or 3 in the morning when I was driving through the back ends of the countryside, as it was usually the quickest route to get home. It was generally recommended not to take this direction during these times as there wasn't many streetlights around, just tall crop fields and one gloomy road ahead. What the hell was that? I remember getting out of my car and slowly approaching the front bumper just to see what the hell collided with my vehicle. I can recall seeing a deer's body laying lifelessly on the dirt road. It was almost as if the sudden impact from my car had completely obliterated the deer's physical frame into a bloody matter of guts and organs scattered all over the ground. The deer was surprisingly still alive, as I could hear it wheezing in agony while its legs began twitching from the initial shock of the collision. I legitimately felt sick to my stomach and immediately went inside my car. I didn't know if calling 911 would be the wisest decision, considering I was young and naive. I was honestly convinced that there was a possibility that I could go to jail. That's when I ultimately decided to take matters into my own hands, as I grabbed a pair of latex gloves from the glove compartment of my car. I put them on and held the deer by its legs, while manually dragging the dead carcass off to the side of the road. I began hearing police sirens coming from a distance. That's when the paranoia began settling inside my head, as I thought someone from afar had called the cops on me. I then went inside my vehicle and began to drive off, not caring if my car had further trampled whatever life was remaining within that deer. It's just a deer. It's just a deer. Don't worry, it's just a deer. It's definitely not a hit and run. I just made an honest mistake. How the hell could it be my fault if there's no goddamn streetlights? I eventually make it home and pulled into my driveway, as I decided to clean the remaining blood residue lingering on the hood of my car. I didn't want to raise any suspicion from any onlooking neighbors, so I decided to park my car inside my garage so I could hose my car without the feeling of being watched. After several minutes of intense cleaning, I decided to quietly approach my washroom without waking up my parents. I began to fill my bathtub up with warm water, as the idea of soaking for an hour or two wouldn't hurt my chances of calming my nerves down. The next couple shifts, I was able to get back on the horse as I conducted business as usual. I honestly swept the entire deer occurrence under the rug, as I needed to get on with my life and not latch on to a simple mistake that inevitably would have happened. I decided to take an entirely alternate route and not the dark back roads when heading home. I couldn't run the risk of hitting another deer, as the guilt from the first deer still tears me to shreds internally. I remember this one night, I worked the usual graveyard hours when I picked up this one girl near a busy location in the city. She surprisingly lived in the direction of where I resided, so I figured dropping her off was a bargain one couldn't refuse. As we made our way home, I remember looking at my rearview mirror and seeing a rotting deer's head carcass laying on the back seat of my car. That's when I slammed my foot on the gas pedal and began jetting through the freeway as the Uber customer yelled,
What the hell are you doing? Sir, can you please pull over? I want to get out. Stop the car! Stop the car! Stop it! Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Let me out of your car, you freak!
That's when I abruptly swerved my car in the direction of the back roads where I had initially killed the deer. I gradually accelerated my vehicle through the field of crops and trees, while simultaneously contemplating if I was hallucinating or if my brain was playing sadistic tricks on me. I then casually drew my attention towards the passenger, and I could visibly see the woman's head turn into a deer's. It's just a deer. It's just a deer. Don't worry. It's just a deer. It's definitely not a hit and run. I just made an honest mistake.
This story happened a couple of years ago when I was a freshman in high school. I remember me and my buddy Jay would go play Nicky Nine Door, otherwise known as Ding Dong Ditch, which was a game where you would go to a random person's door and knock while running away before it got answered. Me and Jay loved to do this kind of thing, especially on Friday nights when the school week was over. We were the modern-day little rascals, looking to get a kick out of seeing any adults become annoyed by our childish antics. One day, during gym class, me and Jay sat on the bleachers while collectively discussing what potential houses we could prey on next. That's when Jay suggested our school janitor, Mr. G, as he casually mopped the side of the gym floor in front of us. Dude, let's hit his house tonight. Apparently his house is notorious for being nine-doored all the time. I don't think that's a good idea, dude. Didn't you hear his daughter died? Oh yeah. Poor little thing was getting teased too much for having pet squirrels. Pet squirrels? Yeah, she was the laughingstock of the school because it was rumored that Mr. G collected squirrels and brought them home just so his daughter could have some pets. Really? That's weird. What in the hell are you two idiots looking at? Yeah, that's what I thought. Don't be talking about my daughter or any of my business before I dump this dirty mop water on your heads. That's when Mr. G strolled away with his mop bucket, while me and Jay looked at each other and thought to ourselves that his house would be the perfect stakeout for Ding Dong Ditch later that night. A couple hours later, me and Jay would play Mortal Kombat Armageddon on my PlayStation 2, till it was dark enough to go outside and pay Mr. G's house a visit. As we walked down the neighborhood, Jay pointed out Mr. G's house, which was about 2 houses down from where we were standing. We played rock, paper, scissors to decide who was going to be the Ding Dong Ditcher, and, of course, as fate would have it, I lost with scissors, while Jay held rock. I casually approached Mr. G's porch without making it obvious to any potential onlooking neighbors that we were doing anything suspicious. As I slowly began to raise my balled-up fist to knock the door, it abruptly swang open, with Mr. G holding a large baseball bat, saying, "I'm gonna kill you and make you eat my crap, you little squirms!" That's when me and Jay made a dash for it, and began to run for our lives while Mr. G chased us with a baseball bat in one hand and a long piece of rope in the other. "Stop running away, you little punks! You all wanted smoke, didn't you? Didn't you?" I remember looking back for a split second and could see the crazed look in Mr. G's eyes, almost like he had been anticipating that someone would Nicky Nine Door his house again. As Jay and I glanced to our right, we unhesitatingly made a swift turn towards the direction of a large fence with a hole in it, which led to a forest preserve with a warning sign that said, "Danger, do not go beyond this point." We both disregarded the sign and quickly ran through the hole in the fence while trying to not slip on any branches or tree bark piled along the trail. It was about 30 seconds into the forest where I found myself hiding behind a large tree, while Jay was hiding behind one across from me. That's when I crouched down as I heard the footsteps of Mr. G stopping mid-trail, almost as if he knew we were within his parameters. I clasped both my hands over my mouth and began to pray in my head that he wouldn't approach either of us. "Stupid kids. If I ever see you again, I'm gonna rip both of your heads off and feed them to my squirrels. You hear me? I know you little pieces of crap are the reason why my daughter is dead. I I just know it. I know you two picked on her at school. Am I right? I swear to God, if I ever see you come by my house again, I will turn both of you to my kids. I'm lonely. I just need another child. And you pricks took everything away from me. That's when I heard him slowly exit the woods, as his footsteps became more faint along the way. Me and Jay were so shaken up to the point where we remained hidden behind our respective trees for about a good 10 minutes before we thought it was safe enough to head back on the trail. I think the coast is clear. Dude, this is the last time I'm ever doing this. You think? How in the hell do we get home now? That's when me and Jay had to decide what our next move was. The issue was getting home, as we knew the only way out was through the hole in the fence. We obviously didn't want to run into the risk of encountering Mr. G again, so we both mutually agreed to go the opposite direction and find an alternative way home through the forest preserve. As we got deeper into the forest, I can recall stepping on a gooey substance, almost like it was a dead cat of some sort. Jay pulled out his cell phone and flashed his light towards my shoes, only to see a dead squirrel soaking in a puddle of its own blood. What the hell? Looks like a bear ate it. Dude, that looks gnarly. Jay then picked up the mutilated squirrel by its tail and asked me to take a picture of him with his cell phone. You're freaking sick, dude. He then dropped the dead squirrel on the ground, and we proceeded to head further into the trail. That's when we saw about a dozen mutilated squirrels scattered along the pathway. What the hell? Dude, we have to go back. Jay? I began to glance at Jay as he looked at me with a gaunt and horrific expression on his face. That's when I realized that he wasn't looking at me. He was looking behind me, as he pointed past me with his trembling finger. I turned my head to look behind me, only to see a little girl sitting a couple of meters away from us, having a picnic by herself. As I squinted my eyes, I could see her chewing on a dead squirrel, as she then looks at our direction and said,
Please bring me home to my daddy. I want him to know that I don't want to have a pet squirrel anymore.
That's when me and Jay ran back towards the direction of where we came from, as we couldn't believe what we had just witnessed. As we made it through the hole in the fence, we continuously ran through the neighborhood past Mr. G's house until we both made it home in our respective houses. I couldn't believe what I had just seen, as the thought of a little girl having a picnic in the middle of the forest while eating squirrels still gives me chills just thinking about it. What happened next was something I could not fathom or give any proper explanation towards. Jay ends up sending me a text and then immediately calls me. Hello? Hey dude, look what I just sent you. That's when I opened Jay's unread message, only to see the picture I had taken of him while he was holding the mutilated squirrel. Except, I can see the same girl from the picnic standing from a distance behind Jay. She was holding a dead squirrel as well, while replicating the same pose he was in. It's been a while since that incident occurred. I've been seeing a psychiatrist since, as a mental anguish from getting chased down the block with a baseball bat and witnessing what seemed to be the deceased spirit of Mr. G's daughter is something that still terrifies me to this day.
The time was roughly 5 p.m. in the afternoon. It was the month of August and I was on my way to the amusement park. The fair was only open for a short duration during the summertime, so I made sure to go as often as I could before the school year began. My parents were pretty lenient growing up. I didn't really have a curfew, so that gave me the flexibility of staying out as long as I wanted, despite only being a teenager. The distance from my condo to the fair was about a 10 to 15 minute walk, so commuting there was always a convenience compared to taking public transit like the hordes of people I saw entering the park. When I arrived at the entrance, I made sure to pay my fare and get a wristband that would enable me to go on rides for an unlimited amount of time. I remember seeing the usual stuff: roller coaster rides, food stands, a Ferris wheel, that kind of thing. To be honest, going to this specific fair could make anyone feel extremely claustrophobic, as the overbearing amount of people in the lineups for food, rides, or game attractions really made it difficult for anyone to get anywhere. I remember shoulder bumping at least several different guests before finally making it to the roller coaster ride I initially wanted to go on. The lineup for this particular ride was surprisingly not that long, so I immediately joined it behind this one girl standing in front of me. I politely tap the girl on the shoulder and ask, "Excuse me, have you been waiting in line for long?" The girl turns around and says,
Not that long. You come here alone?
Yeah, how about you?"
Well, I guess I'm not alone anymore.
Yeah. I nervously chuckle as the girl says,
I'm actually here with my boyfriend.
and then looks at me as if she was looking through me, not at me. "So, where is he?" She then says,
I'm looking at him.
as the gates to the roller coaster ride began opening.
In the next 10 guests, please receive each card for more than 10 people, please.
Guests from the lineup began rushing in and filling every card on a first-come, first-served basis while the girl says,
What are you waiting for, babe? Let's go.
I began following behind her as we both proceeded to make our way inside one of the carts. I didn't see the harm in sitting next to her, as I honestly found her pretty charming.
Everybody, please fasten your seatbelts. We're about to take off very shortly.
"Hey, I'm Rob. What's your name?"
My name is Melissa, but you can call me Melly.
"Well, it's nice to meet you, Melly." The girl then leans over and kisses me on the cheek as I said, "Are you always this forward?" That's when the roller coaster abruptly accelerates. I began to hold on for dear life as the velocity of the ride felt like I was jetting on the highway at a rate of 200 miles an hour. As the roller coaster began zooming up and down in a ferocious manner, I could see Melissa staring directly at me through my peripheral vision. I casually glanced at her, only to realize she was giving me the same bizarre stare she gave me during our initial encounter. At first, I thought she was just thrilled at the notion that my face looked silly from the turbulence of the ride, but then I realized that she was staring at me with a gaunt smile. Like the movement from the ride didn't faze her in the slightest. I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. As we began approaching the tail end of the ride, I nonchalantly look around as if I was exploring the amusement park, but in reality, I was avoiding Melissa. The ride finally made its way back to the initial start point. I remember waiting for the operator's cue to unbuckle our seatbelts and safely get off the roller coaster. I made sure not to make eye contact with Melissa as the operator finally gave the green light for guests to exit the ride.
Would all guests please exit on the side for the next guest? All guests, please exit on the side for the next guest.
That's when I got off and began speed walking while trying to find a fair game or another ride to go on. I then made my way into the huge Ferris wheel lineup, hoping to masquerade myself within the crowd. A small and soft hand began to firmly grasp onto the gaps in my fingers. I look across my shoulder and lo and behold, it was Melissa, holding hands with me as if we were in a relationship or something.
Hey, it's me again.
Hey, getting a bit too comfy, aren't you?
Yes, I'm very comfortable with my boyfriend, duh.
Yeah, sure. Melissa then hugs me and caresses her head against my shoulder. I honestly could have shoved her away, but decided to take the high road and go along with the whole facade. Time began running slow as we steadily began inching towards the entrance of the Ferris wheel. I couldn't help but think in my head, what the hell is this girl's problem? Why is she holding onto my arm like that? Does she really think I'm her boyfriend? After about 30 minutes of awkward silence and continuous unwanted arm hugging, we finally make it in front of the ride and began making our way onto one of the passenger cars. Again, we both sit next to each other. Melissa then wraps her arm around mine. I was now convinced that she had built a relationship which was obviously a figment of her imagination. The wheel then began to rotate as Melissa leans her head on my shoulder and says,
Rob, can I tell you a secret?
Sure, Melly. Hey, can you please stop? I think you're moving a bit too fast here.
But it's your fault.
What the hell are you talking about?
I have an impulsive behavior disorder.
You're kidding me.
Every time someone calls me by my nickname, I develop an extreme compulsion, where I can't resist the urge to kiss them.
Melissa's eyes then wander towards the sky, as if she was embarrassed to disclose such personal information. But then, why did you introduce me to that name? That's when Melissa's phone begins to ring. She pulls it out and reveals a video call coming from her mother. She then answers the video call and says,
Hey, Mom.
Hello, my precious baby pumpkin. How's the amusement park treating you?
Mom, the view is quite amazing. Here, say hi to my boyfriend, Rob.
Ooh, isn't he a handsome son of a gun?
At this point, I was extremely aggravated by Melissa's antics despite her having this so-called disorder. I didn't want to make the situation any more awkward than it already was, so I just went along with it and entertained the idea that we were a couple. Melissa's great.
You guys make for a perfect couple. So, you gonna propose or what?
What are you waiting for, big guy? Pop the question!
Can we please stop this, Melissa? I then realized that the Ferris wheel had finally come to a halting stop.
Did you guess on the ground level? Please exit the Ferris wheel. Again, all guests on the ground level, please exit the Ferris wheel.
As the operator gave us the green light to abort the Ferris wheel, I used the opportunity to get the hell out of there and speed walk as far away from Melissa and her psychotic mother as possible.
Hey, where did my son-in-law go?
Rob, where are you going? I want to ride the Ferris wheel again so you can propose.
Leave me the hell alone or I'm calling the cops!
I then turned around and glanced at the Ferris wheel from a distance. I could see Melissa still sitting in the passenger car as the Ferris wheel again began to operate. A feeling of relief flowed through my body. Getting away from that clingy psycho brought me immense satisfaction. I made direct eye contact with her from where I was standing at. What made this all the more disturbing was how emotional I saw her getting. I saw tears profusely run down her face. At this point, I could have bolted the scene and left the fair, but I honestly felt a little guilty. Knowing that I was the sole purpose of Melissa crying a storm on the Ferris wheel made me gravitate towards staying and possibly giving an explanation as opposed to splitting the scene. The Ferris wheel then abruptly stops as the ride finally came to an end. I saw Melissa at the very top passenger car as the guests below began to exit the ride. She then began shouting,
You're the worst boyfriend ever! I hate you! I wish I never met you!
Without thinking, I said,
I'm not your boyfriend, Melly!
That's when Melissa compulsively leans over the passenger car to kiss me.
No. Ah!
All I need to be happy is a rope to skip. I'm serious. I'll tell you why. Because a little jump rope can turn any bad situation into a real fun time. I learned this from the last time I went trick-or-treating. I'd spent the whole day perfecting my Harley Quinn costume, but the act just didn't feel complete until I picked up my jump rope and started skipping it. The backyard was my jump rope world championship stage, and everyone was thoroughly dazzled by my moves. Well, everyone except Kat. She came by a couple hours after sundown and immediately started cramping my style.
Come on, Tracy. Let's go trick-or-treating before all the good candy's gone. My name is Harley. Can't you see? Whatever, weirdo. Let's go. I'd rather stay here and skip rope all night. Your Catwoman costume isn't even good. It's enough for candy. I'm not crazy like you. So you only dressed up for candy? That's kind of lame. Well, it's also fun to just show off. You've got a point. I guess I'll go. Good. Now leave the rope. Harley Quinn doesn't skip rope. Ugh, fine.
That poser ended up dragging me all over the neighborhood that night. She took all of my candy, and when she got scared, she made me walk her all the way home. She lives an entire mile away from me, too. So inconsiderate. I never even told her what happened. I was walking home all alone super late that night, and I didn't even have my jump rope. What a drag. But then I noticed this older boy who was dressed as the Joker had come up behind me and started following me. I didn't recognize him. And all of the Jokers, he decided that Jared Leto was the way to go. Lame. I turned around and faced him.
Who are you?
Why, I'm the Joker, of course. Your one true love.
Why's that?
Don't you know? We're meant to be together. Harley Quinn always falls for the Joker.
Haven't you seen the new movie? I dumped you. You're gross.
That made him mad. This ain't the movie, sweetheart. I'm telling you, the Joker always gets his Harley Quinn. He then pulled out a knife. He swung at me, but I ran. I thought I'd outrun him, so I ran into the woods to cut across to my house. Boy, that was a bad idea. He caught up with me quick as soon as I got into the trees. He tackled me and pinned me down into the dirt. I screamed for help, but he put his hand over my mouth. Baby girl, I'm just gonna give you a little reminder that you belong to me. So be happy about it. I thought I was going to die. He sliced my forehead with a smiley face, real slow. It hurt so bad, but I couldn't move anything at all. He was on top of me and held me down. But when the blood ran down into my eyes, I freaked. I squirmed and flailed until I got just one leg loose from his restraint. Then, I kneed him straight in the balls with all my might. He fell back shouting and dropped his knife, holding his hand on his crotch. I picked up the knife before he could react, gripped it real tight, and then plunged it right into his stupid eyeball. Oh, how those screams were music to my ears.
No stopping now,
I thought. So I got on him and took the knife out of his left eye and shoved it to the right. Then, I stabbed him again and again until there was nothing left of his stupid wannabe face but pure carnage. He went limp, and I caught my breath.
all I wanted to do was skip some friggin' rope. So now, you're gonna help me out.
I raised the knife way up high with both hands and stuck it into his gut, then sliced all the way across his belly. I pried open all the skin and fat and exposed all the wonderful organic cordage within. I pulled out a nice long section of his small intestine and severed it with the blade. It was slippery, but it worked. I stood up and found my balance, then started doing what I wanted to do the whole time. Skip rope. Now, don't you believe me when I tell you that skipping rope can make any situation better? I'd started using Tinder just a few weeks prior. I hadn't expected it to work, but within a short time, it seemed to be proving fruitful. One day, I saw this super hot chick right in my area. She was just my type, and she had plenty of great photos on her profile. To my surprise, we matched pretty quickly. We started texting on and off throughout the week. She always took a while to respond, but I figured she was just playing hard to get because all of her texts were heavily flirtatious, saying out-of-pocket things like,
"Hey there, Mr. Man. You look pretty hot. Want to make out with me?"
I really wanted things to go to the next level, so I played along. I pulled out all the stops, using all the pickup lines and wit I had. You know, I'm gonna take you out first. Gotta treat a classy girl like you, right? Things got rather heated pretty soon.
How about I just give you a time and a place, and you just do me right?
I'll be there. Eventually, after about a week, we traded phone numbers and I got her to agree to go out on a date. She said she really wanted to go to the movies. I didn't really care where we were, as long as I finally got to meet her. I arrived at the theater around the start of the previews, but she'd already texted me that she was inside.
I'm way up at the very top. XOXO.
When I made my way to the top row, I saw a girl sitting by herself. She didn't look exactly like the photos from her profile, but still, she was cute. I figured it was just too dark in the theater to tell, and she had the right brunette hair, so I introduced myself on the steps. Hey there, lovely. Mind if I take a seat?
Excuse me? Who are you?
I'm Aaron. From Tinder?
I think you got the wrong girl.
My bad. Sorry about that. I looked around the theater for another girl sitting alone, but there was hardly anyone in there. Well, there was nobody except her. She was waving at me from the other side of the row. Even in the dark, I could see enough. As she flailed her arm around, a hefty baggage of fat, flabby skin jiggled around her elbow. Her waist bulged over the armrests of her seat, and she had about $50 of concessions cluttered around herself. I gulped and reluctantly walked over to her. I already knew I'd been severely catfished, but I put myself to just getting through the movie and then never talking to her again.
Hey, hot stuff.
Hi. Once I got close, I noticed even more disgusting details. She looked older and more wrinkled than my grandma, which just made all the folds of fat that much more numerous. She barely had any hair left on the top of her head, except for a few greasy white wisps, but she made up for it with a scraggly beard nestled between a few of her chins. What I wanted to do was vomit, but I sat down despite myself. Immediately, she grabbed my hand from my leg and clenched it with an iron grip. She pulled me towards herself and whispered into my ear.
How'd you like to go all the way tonight, baby boy?
I don't know.
Oh, are you nervous, sweetheart? Not as bold as you are in your texts, hmm? Well, how about we start with a little kiss?
I wanted to leave so bad, but I was hung up on getting my money's worth out of the ticket. She was still squeezing the life out of my hand, licking her lips and letting food spill out of her mouth. I don't think so. How about we just enjoy the movie?
Oh, come on. Aren't you a player? Get over here.
She puckered up and pulled me in even further. I tried to wriggle myself free, but she grabbed my face with her other hand and held me still as she kissed me with her Funyun breath. She forced her way into my mouth and then bit my tongue. When I tasted blood, something juiced me with extra adrenaline. I punched her in the face and jumped out of my seat. But something was still biting my tongue, pulling it out of my mouth and hanging off my chin. I looked down. It was her dentures, yellowed and covered in food, and still clenched onto me. Ah! I ripped them off and threw them to the floor. Out of grabbing distance, I looked back at her, utterly stunned.
Where you going, baby boy?
She tried to stand up, knocking several empty snack cartons onto the floor, but she didn't get anywhere. She was wedged into her seat by the girth of her hips. It was like watching a train wreck. I couldn't look away. When she finally twisted and heaved herself out of the seat, she immediately collapsed to the floor, then started crawling towards me, rambling unintelligible gibberish. She didn't get very far before she got stuck in the cramped space of the aisle. Suddenly, she started screaming in rage, kicking her feet hopelessly and swiping at me with her meat hooks. You really let yourself go. How embarrassing. I couldn't stand to look at her any longer. I got the heck out of there before anyone else showed up. And really, I needed to get home and wash my mouth out with bleach.
I was a high school graduate that recently got hired for full-time work at KFC. We were the biggest chicken venue around town, as places like Popeyes weren't as big of a franchise at the time. Our hours of operations were usually 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., sometimes 12 p.m. for close if it was the weekend. The job came second nature to me. It was always clock in, clean up, fry the chicken, and of course assist any customers at the cashier. There was one memorable time when I was on my way to work and encountered a homeless man that literally dressed up as the Colonel. I was initially a little skeptical that he was homeless from his fancy attire, but from the rumors circulating from the other employees, he had recently started panhandling around the area for the past several weeks. As I made my way towards the front door, the Colonel raises his plastic cup at me and says,
"Me lad, spare an old fella some change?"
"Sir, I only make minimum wage."
"If it wasn't for me, KFC wouldn't exist, kid. At least spare me some leftover chicken during your lunch break, okay?"
"Get a job, old man." The first initial weeks of the job were swell, but things took a sudden turn for the worst. We had started running low on chicken, and my boss began to point the finger at me. He assumed I had been taking home chicken after my shift was done, but I assured him it wasn't me. This began happening on multiple occasions where large batches of chicken suddenly started disappearing. It had come to a point where my boss began to threaten my job. I pleaded with my boss to investigate the day shift employees, but it was impossible for them to be the culprits as he supervised them during that shift.
"Stop eating my chicken, kid!"
"Sir, it's not me. I bring my own lunch."
"If any more chicken goes missing in this kitchen, you're fired, you hear me?"
"Yes, sir." It was finally that time again. The night shift. Or should I say, my potential last shift at KFC. My pride and ego wouldn't allow me to accept the fact that I was being falsely accused, so I remained at the front counter, while occasionally looking behind my shoulder every 5 minutes or so. The time was roughly 11:50 p.m. on a Friday. I was just about to wrap up another successful shift until I heard a loud thud coming from the kitchen area. I began to cautiously walk to the back and saw no sign of anyone. No raccoons, no lurking intruders, just the standard kitchen appliances with the drive-through window securely locked in place. That's when I heard a sound coming from the stock room where we kept all our inventory. I could hear the sound of vigorous chewing as I approached the door. I knew someone had to be in there eating all our fried chicken. Was this going to be the day I finally catch the culprit in the act? I placed my hand on the door handle and opened the door in one swift motion, unveiling the same Colonel I had seen before, dousing his face with fried chicken. My suspicions were accurate. The reason for all the missing chicken stood there before me.
"How the hell did you get in here?" "Boy, I couldn't resist. Y'all make a big enough batch to feed the whole town, might I say."
"It was you. You were the one that was eating our chicken the whole time."
"How could I not? It's so finger-licking good." Ah!
I slammed the door shut, making sure to lock it so I didn't have to get physical with the Colonel. He then started violently punching the door with his bare fists as I stood back in awe, not knowing whether I should call the cops or run the hell out of there.
"Open the door, or I'm gonna show you a new meaning of finger-licking good, kid. Leave me alone before I call the cops."
I sprinted towards the front counter while arming myself with a knife from the kitchen. I began dialing 911 while trying to explain to the operator the bizarre situation I was in. After a long 10 to 15 strenuous minutes, the police finally showed face. I began directing them to the stockroom where I had initially trapped the man. A group of armed policemen rammed their way through the door only to see no sign of the Colonel. What we then discovered was that there was a panel on the ceiling that had been removed, thus allowing access for any culprit to enter and exit the building at their convenience. After further investigation, it was later found out through parking lot surveillance cameras that the Colonel had been sneaking through the KFC building every night through the same panel on the roof leading to the stockroom. He had been eating our chicken for God knows how long. What makes the story more discomforting was how he would casually jump across the roof and into the KFC bucket sign, just so he could crawl inside and sleep there every night. All I know is that that man is mentally sick in the head and needs to seek some kind of professional help.
This is one of the most disturbing things that I have ever encountered growing up. It happened a while ago when I was in my early teens. I had a cousin named Larry, who was extremely socially awkward and didn't have much friends at school. My parents would force me to interact with him due to his lack of friends and inability to create social interaction. This was quite understandable, as Larry's mother died from a freak accident at work a couple years back. She was allegedly killed in an incident where a forklift driver was backing up and had completely crushed her without hearing or seeing anything due to the loud music he was blasting through his earphones. I wasn't exactly close with Larry, but considering we were both an only child, I'd figure hanging out with him more often couldn't hurt, as I knew he needed a companion who could possibly get him one step to getting some closure. It was usually every Saturday that my parents would drop me off at his place. I would notice that Larry always had this look of fear and distress, due to the mannerisms and body language he gave off every time I visited him. What made things even worse was the fact that his mom passed away just one day before his birthday, so seeing him like this was completely justifiable. "Dude, you okay?" He just stood there, quiet, almost like the soul in his body was non-existent. "Don't worry, Larry. I'm sure your mom is proud of everything you will accomplish in life, okay? You'll have lots to tell her in the afterlife." Larry then nodded his head and proceeded to the living room to watch some television. I couldn't help but feel sad and remorseful about the whole ordeal, as I knew losing his mom must have given him severe depression, due to how close they were growing up. I remember this one Saturday evening, my parents dropped me off at Larry's house to go attend a dinner that some older relatives were hosting that night. Usually, all the adults went, including Larry's dad, who was my uncle. I honestly felt an immense amount of remorse when I saw him as well, due to the look of anguish and misery on his face. I also noticed he had these visible dark circles around his eyes as if he hadn't slept in days, or even months for that matter. "Hey boys, whatever you do, just stay up here and play video games. Food should be on the kitchen counter." "Sounds good, Uncle." "And whatever you do, do not go into the basement." Why?" "I said do not go into the basement, damn it. There's a monster down there that will kill you both. You hear me?" "Yes, sir." "I'll see you boys in a couple of hours." That's when Larry's dad headed out the front door, leaving me and Larry in the house all by ourselves. Not too long after his departure, I couldn't help but think of what Larry's dad was referring to when he said the monster. Was he hiding something down there that he didn't want us to know? Was he saying that just to scare the living crap out of us? Whatever his intentions were, he definitely left me creeped out, but at the same time curious as to what this so-called monster was. "Hey, Larry, have you ever seen this monster?" Larry shifted his eyes towards me, and then back towards the television, as if he wanted to awkwardly brush off the topic at hand. "Dude, is there actually a monster in your basement? I need to know." "I don't feel comfortable talking about this." "So you do have a monster in your basement, eh? Have you seen it?" "No, but I heard it before." "Are you freaking kidding me? Dude, we have to check it out." "I don't think that's a good idea." "Let's go before your dad comes back from dinner. I promise, it'll only be 2 minutes tops. We'll act like nothing happened." "Fine. Let's make it quick. But we have to use a flashlight, because the light switch doesn't work." That's when Larry and I began to approach the basement, as I felt an adrenaline rush flowing through my body. I can't believe this is actually happening. Am I really about to see a real-life monster? As we made it down the steps, the first thing I noticed right off the bat was how dark everything was. I noticed Larry's dad had patched up the windows with cardboard and duct tape, which I found quite bizarre considering the light switch wasn't functional. I was left dumbfounded as to why he would want complete darkness down here. All I could see was dozens of stacked boxes and miscellaneous items scattered everywhere. As we got a little further into the basement, Larry pointed the flashlight at a door that looked like an entrance to a miniature den room. We both noticed that the doorknob had no lock on it, nor was there any padlock preventing us from opening the door. "That's where I heard the monster last time." "What the hell is that?" "It's the monster." That's when I cautiously approached the door, as Larry followed behind me while holding the flashlight towards my direction. I could honestly feel my heart throbbing so hard to the point where I felt like I was legitimately about to have a heart attack. I then grabbed the doorknob and opened the door in one quick motion, only to see a man stripped down to his boxers, drenched in blood. The man had his hands bound to the wall with steel chains and had large gashes all over his body, almost like he had been tortured and cut countless times. He looked extremely distraught and malnourished, almost like he had been held captive for months. "Who are you, sir?"
Free me! Free me! Free me before the devil comes back!
I could vaguely make out what he was saying, as the man's teeth had decayed and deteriorated from the gums on his mouth. Me and Larry both stood there, our jaws dropped in awe and disbelief.
What the hell are you two doing down here? He's the devil! He's the devil! Free me!
I'm sorry, Dad, we didn't mean to disobey.
Close the door right now and get the hell upstairs before I beat the crap out of you two!
That's when me and Larry quickly made our way upstairs and into the living room. We sat on the couch and continued watching television while Larry's dad approached us and said, "I don't want none of you little brats to say a damn thing to anyone about that monster downstairs. You got it?" "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely."
Any of you say anything and I swear to God I will lock you in that room with that monster.
It's been a couple of years since that bizarre incident had occurred. I now have a family, and I'm a full-time insurance broker. I haven't communicated or visited Larry since, and quite frankly, I don't think I ever will. I haven't told my parents about the situation due to the fear that Larry's dad instilled in me. As a matter of fact, I don't even think they talked to him either, as Larry's dad has completely shunned our entire family and relatives away. I speculate that the man I saw that night had something to do with the death of Larry's mom. As I write this to share with the internet, I still ponder if that man is still locked in Larry's basement after all these years. Or should I say, the monster.
On Halloween night, 1974, 8-year-old Timothy O'Brien went trick-or-treating with his sister, Elizabeth, and 2 other children in Pasadena, accompanied by Timothy's father, Ronald, and another parent. The night started off innocently enough, but would go on to end in tragedy. When the group knocked on one particular door, there was seemingly no one home, and as such, they swiftly moved on. Timothy's father stayed behind for a moment to wait and see if anybody would answer the door. He quickly caught back up with the others, with 5 pixie sticks in his hand, given to him by the homeowner, who was simply taking their time to answer the door. He distributed the candy amongst the children, and later gave the spare one to a child who was not with the group. It began to rain, and as such, they cut their trick-or-treating session short, and the children and their parents went back to their homes. Before bed, Timothy asked his parents if he could dip into his candy collection. They agreed, and young Timothy decided to start with the pixie stick. He poured some of the powdery candy into his mouth, but immediately complained that it tasted unusually bitter. Timothy quickly realized that something was wrong, and he rushed to the bathroom with severe stomach pains. Shortly after, Timothy began to convulse, and within no time at all, went limp in his father's arms. He died as he was being rushed to the hospital. After a pathology report, it was revealed that the pixie sticks had been laced with a poison, a fatal dose of potassium cyanide to be precise. Timothy consumed enough poison to have killed 2 adults. Thankfully, none of the other children in the group had eaten their pixie sticks, though theirs also tested positive for containing lethal amounts of cyanide. The tops of the candy wrappers had been opened, filled with poison and resealed with a stapler. After the news of Timothy's death spread, there was community uproar, with parents from the surrounding area returning their children's Halloween candy to the police, fearing that a maniac had been handing out poison treats to as many trick-or-treaters as possible, with the sole intention of killing dozens of children. And that's exactly what was believed to have happened by the police, initially, at least. The authorities began to grow suspicious of Ronald, Timothy's own father, due to his inability to even recall which house handed out the pixie sticks, despite the fact that he and the children had only visited a handful of houses across 2 streets that evening. Even more strange was the fact that none of the houses that the group had visited that evening had been handing out pixie sticks to trick-or-treaters. Eventually, the truth came to light. Ronald had poisoned the candy himself and ensured that it ended up being given to all of the children that he had taken out trick-or-treating. His motivation? To collect on various life insurance policies that he had taken out on his son, and presumably his daughter, though, as stated, she never ate her candy. He gave the other children the sweets in order to cover his tracks and make it appear as if someone else was indiscriminately handing out the poisoned pixie sticks. Turns out that Ronald was over $100,000 in debt, and the life insurance payouts that he was set to receive would have eased his financial woes. Throughout his entire trial, Ronald maintained his innocence, but the amount of evidence pointing towards him as the murderer was too substantial for the jury to ignore. It was revealed that Ronald had been talking to chemists about where he could purchase cyanide and how much would be needed for a lethal dosage. His friends and co-workers also testified that Ronald showed an unusual interest in the poison in the months leading up to Halloween. He was found guilty of murder and 4 counts of attempted murder, and was sentenced to death. While incarcerated, he was despised by his fellow inmates, who condemned him for murdering his own son. Ronald's execution took place on March 31st, 1984, just after midnight. A crowd of demonstrators gathered outside as he died, some even chanting, "Trick or treat." For his heinous crime, Ronald has become known as the man who killed Halloween.
I'd been driving for 2 days on a cross-country road trip, only taking breaks to sleep and refuel. I was somewhere in the middle of nowhere when snowflakes started to fall on my windshield. By the time I made it to the next exit, the visibility was too poor to drive in. To my surprise, not far off the ramp, there was a Chuck E. Cheese, just sitting by itself in a parking lot with no other buildings around it. It was nighttime, but the lights were still on. The inside was just as barren and empty as the surroundings. It was dead quiet, dimly lit, and to my disappointment, very drafty. Only one other customer was there taking shelter with me, a nice-looking girl sitting by herself. She looked up at me as I entered, so I walked up to her table and tried to strike up conversation. "Hey, bet you thought you never seen one of these places out here."
I sure didn't. Kinda pops up out of nowhere. But it's nice, isn't it?
I looked around and lied. "Sure, it's pretty nice. It's better than black ice."
So, what are you doing in the middle of nowhere?
Going home for the holidays, seeing the folks and all that.
Oh, that's great! Me too. Hey, you want some pizza? I ordered a pie, but they do 16 inches. I can't finish all that.
Oh, don't worry, I'll help you. Right as I sat down across from her, the pizza came out. It was gone in minutes. I was already starting to like this girl. It's not every day you meet a girl you can pig out on mediocre pizza with. Afterwards, we decided to mess around in the arcade. The girl went to the bathroom as I walked up to the cashier. He was this old shriveled husk in a cheesy uniform. I held out some cash and asked, "Hey, can I get this in arcade coins?" The old man took the money, then said something completely out of the blue.
Your girlfriend's looking tastier than our pizza.
Excuse me? The cashier ignored me as he counted the coins. It was then that I noticed the mascot. The rat stood in a corner behind the counter, motionless, staring with those empty black eyes.
Now you two have fun.
The cashier dumped a pile of coins into my hands. With that as a pass, I rushed away from the counter and did my best to forget about what the guy said. Unfortunately, that's when I saw how lame and defunct the arcade was. All the good games were out of order, and the only games left were the boring gimmicks that scam you out of your coins. But I'd already paid for the coins, so we decided to play anyway. The best thing they had was this claw machine with stuff like iPods and Bluetooth speakers for prizes. Of course, I couldn't get a single thing to drop into the bucket. The whole time, I could feel the eyes of the rat mascot all over me as he stood in a corner. I started to get frustrated, so I excused myself to the bathroom to calm down. I was only in there for a minute, but when I got out, the girl was gone. I looked around frantically, but I couldn't find her. The claw machine we were using just a minute ago was now covered up with a curtain and had an out-of-order sign taped onto it. And that rat mascot was standing right beside it, still totally motionless and still incessantly staring. I hustled up to the cashier once more and asked, "Have you seen the girl I was with? She was just here."
She left, sir, and you have to leave too. We're closing now.
What? But we
are closed! Leave so I can go home!
But I literally just—
Leave us alone, I'm calling the cops!
Okay. I looked back to the mascot at the claw machine one last time. Its eyes had been following me from the moment I stepped foot in the place. I had no problem with getting away from that thing. I headed for the door, but when I got there, I stopped. I heard a noise, a thud, a rattling, and the faint echoing voice of a girl. I turned back to see the rat standing right in front of me. It was standing really close to me now. I could hear the person inside breathing heavily. I wanted to run past him and look for the source of the noise, but I had no idea how strong the guy inside the suit could have been. Reluctantly, I turned away and left the building into the fallen powder outside. As soon as I left the building, the light shut off and I could no longer see anything inside. I made my way to my car to sleep until it was safe to drive again. Except, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't stop thinking about that girl. Where did she go? I never even learned her name. To this day, I worry if I let something terrible happen right under my nose. Unfortunately, I don't even know where exactly I stopped that night. And without a name to give, there's not much help I can give to anyone who might be looking for her. It's a shame, really. She was very nice.
They didn't believe me. They thought I'd snapped. They even found it funny. I bet they regret that now. We've all been given plenty of time to think about it. There was nothing in the air that night that suggested things would turn. It was a night of trick-or-treating just like any other. I had my two friends with me, Steve and Jim. We were rocking our usual low-effort costumes. But early on, we had the idea to split up and hit houses by ourselves, thinking we'd score pity points and more candy by being on our own. We ran off into separate directions and got to it. It was actually working pretty well. I was getting way more from each house than a kid my age would usually get, but I wasn't alone for long. I saw a random kid standing in the middle of the street, not moving, just staring up at a street lamp. He didn't even have a costume. "Hey kid," I called out to him, but he didn't move. So I walked up and clapped my hands on his shoulder. "Hey man." He didn't startle at all, just slowly craned back his neck and flashed me a very disarming smile. "Hey there, buddy. What are you doing on Halloween without a costume, boss?" He finally turned around and shrugged. "Ah, this is just how I roll every Halloween. Costumes aren't necessary if you've got charm. That innocent smile again. Well, you're not going to get anything if you just stand out in the middle of the street. Are you sure about that? Yeah, pretty sure. Hey, you know what? We're both by ourselves, so why don't we hit some houses together? That sounds great, buddy. Let's go. Hey, wait up. At least tell me your name first. I'm Sean. He stopped for a moment and looked over his shoulder. Nice to meet you, Sean. Call me Crane. Sure thing, Crane. Then we were off. That Crane was a real interesting character. He taught me how to use his charm to get way more candy. All you need is a genuine smile, he'd say. From that point on, I was raking in the goods like never before. But the strangest thing was, he never took any candy for himself. Nobody even offered any to him. And every time I tried to give him some of mine, he'd decline. No thanks, Sean. I'm diabetic, he'd say. He was a cool guy for sure, but I was pretty confused as to what he was doing out on Halloween night if he was unable to eat candy as he claimed. But I wasn't going to ask. That seemed too judgmental. After a while, I decided to introduce Crane to my friends and see if they would welcome him into our group. I sent them a selfie of the two of us with the caption, "Met this cool guy Crane." I thought it was weird that they both screenshotted the picture. It wasn't funny or anything, but I just shrugged and took Crane to where my friends said to meet. When I got there, Jim and Steve were nowhere to be found. Where are these friends of yours, Sean? I don't know. They should be around here somewhere. Maybe they're late. Okay. Crane seemed a little concerned, so I tried to cheer him up. I clapped him on the shoulder again and gave him a reassuring shake. Don't worry, man. These guys are really cool. They'll like you. We'll all get along really well. Hey, while we're waiting, try and think of some cool things to tell them about yourself, you know? Sure thing, buddy. Then, Jim and Steve ran out from the bushes, bursting with laughter, waving their phones around. What's wrong with you, Sean? Dude, have you gone psycho? They didn't even notice Crane. He was starting to look upset. What are you guys talking about? Aren't you going to introduce yourselves? That threw them off balance with laughter. Oh man, you really are crazy. Dude, we caught you in 4K talking to yourself. I posted it to Snap, bro. Crane was just standing there. It started to freak me out just a bit. So I went on my phone and looked at Jim's story. There I was in the middle of the street, talking loudly to nobody. My hand on the shoulder of thin air, looking like a totally insane person. What? I don't understand. Crane? When I looked up, my friends could finally see it. But it wasn't Crane anymore. I was in my bed sound asleep when I got awoken from the light shining through the gaps of my blinds. I got up and pulled the blinds open as I began basking in the view that the 20th floor from my condo had to offer. The view was magnificent. I could literally see the entire landscape of my city through my windows. Down by the glistening lake was a fair right next to it. Seeing the Ferris wheel and roller coasters from a distance boosted my serotonin levels from excited to exhilarated. My anticipation was at an all-time high. What better thing to do other than hit up my local amusement park on a Saturday morning, I thought to myself. My first instinct was to obviously invite my girlfriend to tag along, so I rang her number with my cell phone as I heard her soft, mellow tones say,
Hey, babe.
Like she had just awoken herself. Hey, what are you up to today?
Nothing much, just studying. The usual. What's up?
Did you want to go to the amusement park later?
I can't. I have an exam on Monday, babe. Did you forget about my summer classes?
Oh, yeah, that's right. No worries, I'll just give Simon a call.
Okay, make sure you take lots of pictures.
Will do. Good luck studying. I then called my friend Simon, and within a matter of seconds into the conversation, he was already up for the idea.
I head to my washroom and began to do my basic hygiene practices, just before changing into some outdoor clothes to go outside. About an hour later, I caught an Uber and began making my way to the amusement park. I made sure to text my friend that I was on my way, as he replies back saying that he was already there. According to the Uber app, my arrival was going to take approximately 10 minutes or so. I wasn't going to keep my friend waiting for too long, as I could see the huge roller coaster rides and attractions appear closer the more we drove into the park's proximities. I felt like I was a kid all over again. All the nostalgic memories as a child began hitting me all at once, the more I reminisced while staring at my reflection in the passenger seat window. We finally arrive as I could see my friend Simon waiting by the entrance where the lines were. I got out of the Uber and began approaching his direction, as we both bought a wristband each, and then started heading inside where all the carnival games were. Throughout the duration of the day, I would say that we both approximately spent close to $400 in total on carnival games, only to come out empty-handed. Well, not exactly empty-handed. Simon was able to win a small plushie but ended up giving it to some kid, as we were a little irritated from the amount of L's we were taking. The park was about to close in an hour or so when I spotted an odd-looking machine from the corner of my eye. It looked like a clown animatronic inside of a wooden box. I then said to my friend, "Dude, look at that game over there. What the hell is that thing?" We both began approaching closer to the machine, as the words on the box were now legible enough to read. The game was called Psychic Clown. There was a bold print on the front of the box that read $1 per try. 2 slots indicated that the game accepted both coins or bills. I was a little intrigued by the game, until the old man standing by the hot dog stand said, "Hey, what are you kids doing? This game is out of order."
We just wanted to try it out.
Get away, kid. The game is cursed. I've seen too many stupid kids like you lose your lives.
What are you talking about?
You'll lose everything. You hear me? Don't say I didn't warn you, idiots. The man then walks away, as me and Simon immediately scrabble through our pockets, looking for any change that we could find. The behavior from that man left us curious, but at the same time intrigued about what he was heckling about.
What the hell was his problem? I don't know. To be honest, I don't think I want to spend any more money today, dude. I already lost about $200.
I have like $5 left. What do you think we should ask it?
I don't know how this thing works, dude. Let's see if it even accepts the money.
I then placed a $1 bill in the slot, as Simon impatiently presses the go button. As I looked up at the glass, I could see the clown open its eyes wide and say,
"Ask me a yes or no question to uncover the truth, and then press the go button."
Simon then jokingly asks,
"Psychic Clown, is Dean ugly?"
and then follows up by pressing the go button. The clown then bizarrely starts to move back and forth, while simultaneously laughing in a psychotic fashion, and then says the word,
"Yes."
Okay. Very funny, dude. I then slipped another $1 in, and rebuttal Simon's antics by saying, "Psychic Clown, is Simon going to be a virgin till he's 40? The clown once more begins to move back and forth, while the strange laugh echoes through the mouth of the animatronic, saying,
"Yes." Okay, dude. Enough with the jokes. Let's ask it more serious questions.
I then take out another $1 and slip it into the slot, while asking the clown, "Psychic Clown, do I have a girlfriend?" Again, the clown begins to laugh and then says the word,
"No."
Well, that's a bummer. The clown is wrong.
Let me ask this question, that I know it can't possibly get wrong.
I then slipped another $1 in, as Simon asks,
"Psychic Clown, is the color of my shirt white?"
As the clown began to operate, I knew that if it answered this particular question wrong, then this was obviously just another lame gimmick that the fair used to finesse its customers. The clown then said the word,
"No." Yep, definitely not legit.
Well, I do have one more dollar left. Dude, I'm gonna catch the bus. Screw this clown. Alright, dude. I'll meet you at the front. Simon then begins walking towards the entrance of the park, while I slip my last dollar in the slot and ask it, Psychic Clown, is the color of Simon's shirt red? Again, the clown begins its psychotic laugh and then says the word, yes. At this point, I was 100% convinced that this whole clown machine was a scam and that the gentleman from the hot dog stand was trying to frighten us. I began to approach the entrance of the amusement park, as the shutdown of the carnival games indicated that the fair was just about to wrap up. I then saw a large crowd that seemed to be rattled by some sort of commotion going on. It sounded like the majority of people were in a frantic state, as I could hear someone in the crowd yelling, "Help! Someone call the cops!" As I noisily approached the group of pedestrians, I could see my friend Simon laying face first in a puddle of blood. I then began to frantically perform CPR by pressing on his chest as the blood from his shirt began to seep onto my hands while yelling, "No, Simon, wake up! Simon, please don't die on me! Please, Simon!" As the ambulance rushes Simon to the hospital, I could virtually see no movement or any vital signs of human life. Simon was immediately pronounced dead at the scene, due to multiple stab wounds in his chest from an alleged assailant that fled the scene while supposedly trying to mug him at the bus stop of the fair. About a month after the tragedy of Simon, my girlfriend Maya breaks up with me, as she felt that being in a relationship was greatly affecting her work studies. I couldn't understand why my world began to suddenly crash on me. After long nights of heavy drinking, my parents became concerned with me and recommended that I see a virtual psychologist. Trying to cope with the loss of my friend and the end of my 3-year relationship with my ex-girlfriend was quite the bitter pill to swallow. As the summer was nearing the end, I decided to head to the amusement park once again, in hopes that the fair games or carnival rides would help provide some sort of temporary closure. I then saw an attractive girl standing by the cotton candy stand. I figured I'd shoot my shot, so I approached her and said, "Hey, do you like roller coasters?"
Yeah. Why you ask?
Because I can send you on a ride that you'll never forget.
Nice pickup line.
Can I have your number?
Sure, I guess.
I then reached into my pocket, only to see that I had forgotten my phone at home. I awkwardly grab a $1 bill from my wallet and embarrassingly ask the girl to write her number on it. The girl then takes the bill and begins writing her name and number, using some red lipstick she had gotten from her purse, as I held onto her cotton candy. She then hands back the bill and says,
"Nice meeting you."
"Nice meeting you too, Samantha." I began to walk further down the amusement park and could see the same psychic clown machine from a distance. A trickle of sweat began running down the side of my face, as I then realized that the machine might have had something to do with the death of my friend or the end of my relationship. I then approached the machine and immediately placed a $1 bill in the slot while asking the question, "Are you the reason my girlfriend broke up with me?" The clown then begins to laugh and do its unsettling movement and then says the word, "Yes." After inserting another dollar in the bill slot, I asked, "Are you the reason my friend got stabbed?" The clown then responds with, "Yes." I then began to start seeing red as a security guard approached me from behind saying, "Kid, the park is closing now. Can you please proceed to the exit?" Sure. No problem." As the security guard began hassling other people at the park, I used the opportunity to jump over the counter of one of the vendor booths that was currently closed, and waited for at least 2 hours straight before the coast was clear. I then jumped out of the booth and went towards the direction of where the psychic clown was at, only to see the entire machine relocated on the opposite side from where it initially was. I began to start banging my fists against the glass while yelling, "I know you're alive! You were right beside the freaking hot dog stand! You wouldn't think I'd notice? I know damn well you were the reason my friend is dead and why my girl and I are separated!" I unwittingly went into my pocket and grabbed the bill that had the written phone number from the girl that I had just met. I slipped it into the machine, only to have the bill eject into 2 pieces. I yelled from the top of my lungs, "Answer me! Answer me!" as the clown suddenly began to laugh, despite not accepting the money I had put into it. The clown then vigorously starts banging its head on the glass, as if it was suffering from some sort of faulty error or malfunction. "I'm done playing games with you." I then went to go unplug the machine from the electricity outlet, only to see it had already been unplugged. "The game is cursed. I've seen too many stupid kids like you lose your lives." Psychic clown, do I have a girlfriend?
No.
Psychic clown, is the color of Simon's shirt red?
Yes.
You'll lose everything. You hear me? It's unfortunate how some things that used to be fun and magical could be ruined by one thing or another and become boring, embarrassing, or downright depressing. Like last Christmas, my entire extended family reunited at my parents' house for the holidays. Now, there's a certain age in between childhood and adulthood where stuff like Christmas rituals come off as more cringy than anything else. And out of all the people there, my cousin and I seemed to be the only ones in that boat. So when the whole family, my parents, aunts, uncles, grandparents, and nephews, and everyone else started singing Christmas carols, my cousin and I traded a silent look from across the room, which screamed, "Let's get the heck out of here." Sure enough, we knew just where to go. The gigantic public ice skating rink in the center of the town's prided park. Around that time of year, it was always open late, and it was always packed. Say what you will about how ice skating looks. It's one of those things that's truly fun for all ages, especially if you like watching newbies repeatedly eat facefuls of ice. My cousin and I skated around for about an hour or so before we decided to take a break. The monumental Christmas tree which loomed over the rink had a number of benches around its base, so that's where we elected to rest our ankles. But we'd barely had the time to loosen our laces before we were approached by a man dressed up as a cracked-out Grinch.
Good evening, boys. Having a fantastic Christmas? Get any gifts?
Yeah. Only lame ones.
Oh, that's just perfect. Santa Claus is just a big fraudulent butterball, isn't he? Well, I'm not.
Dude, I could tell you put that green on with Sharpie. Your hair's just right, though.
Forget about that. When I say you'll get a present from me, you can bet your life on it.
Oh, yeah? What'd you steal from Whoville this year, Mr. Grinch? That's when the Grinch put on the most wicked of smiles and revealed from a scrappy sack a brand new PlayStation, still in its box. My cousin and I both changed tunes the moment we saw that.
You want this? Yeah, of course you do. But if you want it, you gotta do me a favor. A trade. You gotta climb to the very top of that big ugly tree and fetch me the crowning ornament.
My cousin and I traded an uneasy look, then looked up to the top of the tree, searching. I don't see anything up there, man. I mean, there should be, but...
Oh, it's there! Sure as a forgotten New Year's resolution. It's there.
Alright, man. I'll take you up on that. Make sure he doesn't leave, cuz. Before I could do anything to stop him, my cousin hopped the fence around the base of the tree and started his way up, climbing with a purpose. I kept one eye on him, and the other eye on the Grinch, to make sure he didn't run off. However, within a few seconds, I started to realize that he seemed more invested in my cousin's climb than either of us. His black, pearly eyes gleamed with anticipation and glory, fixated on my cousin as he inched closer and closer to the top. Soon enough, some of the other people around us took notice of the man climbing the tree, stopping to point, gawk, and take pictures. Finally, when my cousin made it to the top and still saw nothing, he shouted down to us,
"Where's the ornament?" You are the ornament!
The Grinch shoved the PlayStation into my arms and came within an inch of my face as he said, "Merry Christmas, kid." Then, he ran towards the tree, hopped the fence, and threw his scrappy sack onto the ground at the base, pulled a lighter out of his pocket, and set it on the sack. I don't know what was in the bag, but as soon as the little flame licked the fabric sack, it shot up into an intense tower of fire. The Grinch yelped and jumped back, fleeing from the scene and laughing with despicable glee as he ran.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animals!
By the time I looked back to my cousin, the fire had already consumed the base of the Christmas tree and was climbing with ferocious speed. Everyone at the rink now took notice, shrieking and panicking as if their life was in danger. My cousin was way up there, frantically trying to climb back down to no avail. I could see the fear on his face and the terrible decision in his eyes as he looked down, right at me. And that's when he jumped. He collided with the widening inferno wrapped around the tree before hitting the pavement, tumbling through the crackling flames before disappearing into the hellish orange smoke at the bottom. I rushed over, dropping the PlayStation on the ground and jumping the fence. The hot metal burned my hands, and the smoke poured into my lungs, giving me scar tissue that I can still feel to this day. I fumbled around in the zero visibility haze until I found my cousin and pulled him free from the fire. Out in the open, I could see everything. How mangled and charred his body was. I thought he was dead. I just sat there in shock next to his motionless body until the ambulance came and took him away. I want to say that luckily he did survive, but if you've ever heard what recovering from full-body third-degree burns is like, you'll have no trouble believing me when I tell you that my cousin himself said he'd rather be dead than deal with the pain. He was in a coma for weeks, and when he woke up, he had no skin at all. He didn't leave the hospital until just recently, and I don't think he'll ever look or act the same way ever again. And as far as what we got out of this, when I took the PlayStation box home and opened it, there was no game console in it at all. Just a couple bricks and an oversized star ornament, and with it, a Christmas card scrawled with chicken scratch that read, "Here's that ornament you were looking for. Merry Christmas."
I don't believe in coincidences anymore. I believe that everything in this world happens for a reason. Whether it's a supernatural entity or just simply the laws of attraction gravitating towards the desired outcome, I believe there's a reason behind all the madness. I unfortunately got stuck with the shitty end of the stick, as I have to live with a regretful decision I made every day. Living with regret is one of the most disheartening things a human can ever experience, especially if the majority of your livelihood consumes it. As I share my story with the world, I struggle with it every day, while reflecting on the bed of my jail cell. I've since turned to reading the Bible more, as there's not much to do besides working out or reading a catalog of books. Thoughts of a time machine taking me back to my past and correcting my mistakes is something I ponder often. It all started several years ago, when I was working at my local Dunkin' Donuts. The shop was located about 15 minutes walking distance from my house, so I usually didn't take public transit a whole lot. I was a high school graduate who worked full-time during the night shifts, trying to save up money to go to college. My ideal occupation was opening up my very own donut shop. I wanted to learn the business side of things, so I planned on working for at least a year before enrolling in school. What better way to start than Dunkin' Donuts? When I initially applied for the job, the only position available was the night shifts. The thought of working the graveyard hours wasn't exactly my cup of tea, but I took the gig anyway as I was quite desperate at the time. After about a month of working at Dunkin' Donuts, I found the job pretty interesting. The fresh scent of coffee was a distinct aroma I was quite fond of. A wide range of customers that would come in and out of the shop became regulars, who would always order their quote-unquote usual. There were, of course, the busy college students, who studied for hours on end for their upcoming exams. Then there were the loiterers, who were either homeless or just trying to take advantage of our 24-hour establishment. I personally couldn't care less who came by, as long as they didn't stir up drama or disturb any of the customers. My sister Anne and her boyfriend Jerry visited me at work pretty often. I would always see them come in together requesting the usual Boston cream donut with a hot chocolate on the side. While serving them, I would create small talk just to catch up with the two, as I genuinely enjoyed their company. As the weeks went by, my sister's relationship with Jerry would slowly diminish until they were permanently separated. They were allegedly getting into a lot of arguments, which led to the downfall of them eventually separating. I couldn't help but feel sorry for the two, as I felt like I was awkwardly inserted between them. We had developed a bond over time, only to have it crumble in a span of a week. What made things more bizarre was how Jerry slowly started turning into a pathological stalker. He'd always stop by my work just to see if my sister was around. He knew I only worked the night shift, so it was virtually impossible to avoid him. I remember he came up to the counter one shift and asked, "Hey Al, how are you?" "I'm good, Jerry. How can I help you?" "Any update on Anne would be nice. Why don't you invite her to join us for some coffee and donuts?" "Dude, please just order something." "How is she? Is she on Tinder? Can you please tell her to unblock me?" "She said she doesn't want a Minuteman anymore. Now can you please order something and leave me alone?" "Fine. Let me have one Boston cream donut with a hot chocolate." From that point on, I served Jerry his order without saying a word. I couldn't help but feel violated in a sense that I had to provide customer service for him despite his snarky attitude and the history between my family and him. I asked my boss if I could switch up my work hours, but unfortunately was declined. For about several weeks straight, Jerry would show up to the shop every time I was on the clock. He would always order the same Boston cream with a hot chocolate and eat it while glancing towards my direction. I would see him chew on the donut and sip on the hot chocolate without breaking eye contact. I was convinced he was antagonizing me intentionally just to get back at my sister for their fallout. It got to the point where I was contemplating a restraining order. Like I said before, this carried on for weeks, as Jerry would make the atmosphere at work extremely uncanny. I began developing resentment towards him the more we encountered each other. There was this one night where the last straw was pulled. It was a Tuesday evening. I was getting ready to clock out of my shift and finally head home. Jerry was in his usual spot, facing the front counter and watching me like a creep. The fact that I had to keep a standard of professionalism around him really made me dislike coming to work every day. My coworker finally arrives in the store and takes over my work duties. I began heading home while holding an umbrella from the misty rain that showered my whereabouts. The streets were dark and gloomy. I depended on the street lamps while walking, as I couldn't see due to the heavy rain. That's when I heard the sound of running footsteps heading towards my direction. I instinctively turn around but don't see anybody. The sense of someone watching and following me was definitely there, though. I began sprinting until I eventually stepped foot inside of my house. I slammed my front door shut and headed upstairs to my bedroom. As I was about to hit the shower, I saw Jerry standing outside my house holding a boombox over his head. My speculations were right. The footsteps were coming from Jerry. We both awkwardly lock eyes as the loud music coming from his boombox blasted through the neighborhood. It was almost like he was trying to serenade my sister with his bizarre antics. I opened my window and shouted,
"Get the hell off my property or I'm calling the cops!"
Jerry disturbingly smiles and begins to repeatedly smash the boombox on his scalp. I saw blood rush down his forehead and drip onto his clothes. I walked towards my dresser and grabbed my cell phone. As I was about to dial 911, I glanced out of my window and saw no sign of Jerry.
What the hell? Where did he go?
I was completely astounded and extremely hesitant to head back to work. The constant harassment and disturbing behavior led me to devise a sadistic plan. I ended up bringing home a Boston cream donut from work one day and filling it with rat poison. The possibility of Jerry visiting my workplace and ordering that same donut was inevitable. I knew that if we were going to cross paths, that it would potentially be his last remaining moments on Earth. The next day, I arrived at the Dunkin' Donuts a few minutes earlier than usual. I made sure to bring the tampered donut with me in a plastic Tupperware. My anxiety levels were through the roof as I began second-guessing my decision. That's when I see Jerry enter the store with scars imprinted on his forehead. He approached the front counter and said,
"Hey, Al. Hey, how can I help you? You know the drill. Boston cream with a hot chocolate on the side.
How would you like to pay?" Frickin' prick. Jerry sits in his usual spot and faces towards my direction. I took out my prepared donut and brought it to Jerry's table along with the hot chocolate. As I stood back behind the front counter, I noticed Jerry staring at the donut. This was quite uncharacteristic of him, as he would usually consume the contents by now.
Oh no, why does he look suspicious? Could he have noticed the rat poison? I could have sworn I patched that donut up fine.
Dark thoughts began lingering inside my head, the more Jerry sat there not doing anything. That's when my sister unexpectedly heads into the store and approaches the front counter saying,
Hey Al, how's work?
"Work's fine. What are you doing in here?"
I'm here to visit Jerry. I decided to give him another chance.
"You what?"
I just want to give him the opportunity and hear him out. Do you mind making me the usual?
Sure, Anne. As I watched them interact, I couldn't help but notice the two slowly become flirtatious with one another. It was almost as if they had magically cured their relationship within a few minutes of small talk. Here's when the story gets extremely disturbing. The two began making up by feeding each other their donuts. I yelled,
"Anne, don't eat that!"
but it was too late. My sister dropped to the floor and began spazzing out with foam coming out of her mouth. I immediately call 911 while Jerry attempts to revive Anne through CPR. Within a few hours of being in the hospital, she was officially pronounced dead at the scene. I struggle with the death of my sister every day. As I sit in my jail cell and share my story with the world, I truly miss my sister more than words could ever imagine. To be frank, I truly miss the free world, as I'm now stuck with my lackluster jail food. I'm fortunate enough to own a kettle in my cell. At least I can still enjoy the fresh scent of coffee. A bond between two childhood friends is equivalent to the bond shared between two brothers. Nothing can get in between the two. Like every real relationship, there will always be a few rifts here and there, but it's common to experience such a thing. It's what makes the bloodline between the two recipients thicker, hence the term BFFs, or brotherhood in my case. I had a close friend named Joel who I'd known since childhood. We grew up together in the downtown region of our city, where we were not only classmates, but neighbors as well. Well, not exactly neighbors. I lived in a house while Joel lived in an apartment located about 5 minutes down the street. Joel and I basically accompanied each other for the latter part of elementary school. As we got older and started attending high school, our bond remained the same if not stronger. We would literally do everything together. We made sure we enrolled in the same classes and hung out during our lunch breaks. Joel would always swing by my place after school, either to hang out or work on our school assignments together. My parents treated him as if he was one of their own. It was almost as if he was an unofficial addition to our family. My hamster even liked him, as he would always feed her and play with her. If I had to describe Joel, I would say he was a skinny, nerdy kid who had a warm heart but also a fast metabolism. Every time my mother would fix us a plate of dinner, Joel would literally devour it in a matter of seconds. It was almost as if he had some sort of tapeworm in his stomach. I always knew Joel came from a struggling family, as he had once disclosed to me that they'd been living off welfare and disability checks. In essence, I couldn't help but feel some sort of sympathy towards him, which is why I didn't mind if he came over to eat often. There was this one time during one of our summer breaks, though, where things took a darker turn for the worst. I invited Joel to a family barbecue that my parents were hosting on a Saturday afternoon. Joel and I had planned for him to sleep over at my place for the duration of the weekend. My parents had recently purchased an Xbox console with the newest Halo, so we were both anticipating on playing the game later that night. I recall my dad grilling a few chicken breasts on the barbecue while Joel and I played cards on the backyard table. Seeing and smelling the smoke-charred chicken really made both of our appetites increase the longer we waited. I could visibly see Joel's mouth begin to water in hunger as a drip of saliva oozed down the side of his mouth. I noticed his hands beginning to tremble while holding a fork in one hand and a knife in the other. It honestly looked comical, but at the same time disturbing. My dad briefly stepped away to grab more meat from the kitchen when I said to Joel, dude, you alright? Hello? Joel, hello? Feed me. Dude, if you wait a couple more minutes, it should be—
Feed me! Feed me more!
That's when Joel gets up from the table and begins running towards the barbecue, only to notice my dad had brought the metal tongs with him inside.
Where's the tongs? I want to eat now!
Dude, my dad has them. Can you please just relax and wait 5 minutes?
No, I want to eat now!
That's when Joel grabs a large piece of raw chicken from the bowl on the side and begins chomping down on it vigorously. What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you eating the raw chicken?
Shut up! It's my tongue, not yours! Joel, why the hell are you eating that? It's not cooked yet!
Put it down! You're gonna get salmonella!
Joel then spat out the raw chicken he was chewing on and began sobbing profusely while saying,
It was Josh! He made me do it! What's the matter with you, Josh? Why would you tell him to do such a thing? What? No, I didn't! He's lying! You're lying! Are you trying to kill me or something?
I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of his mouth. He was just flat out lying to my parents and using me as a scapegoat. I honestly didn't know what to say in the heat of the moment, so I ended up swallowing my pride and saying, I'm sorry, it won't happen again. My eyes filled with malice as I stared directly into his eyes. About several minutes later, my dad finally finished grilling the chicken. Joel, myself, and my parents all gathered around the backyard table and finally began eating. I couldn't help but feel resentment towards Joel. The fact that he would lie about me to my parents left a disdain in the air which caused most of the night to have an obscure, awkward silence. Later that night, Joel and I sat on the living room couch while my parents were upstairs in their bedroom. I began watching whatever was on the television as Joel had control of the TV remote. I was still pretty heated from the barbecue and didn't want to acknowledge nor look in his direction. About 30 minutes into the movie, Joel awkwardly stares at me and begins smiling like a weirdo. Again, I mean-mugged him and drew my attention back towards the TV. Through my peripheral vision, I could tell he was still looking at me, despite not making eye contact. One lesson I grew up following was that you never break the bro code or backstab your friends. It was pretty alarming knowing that he would think I would forgive him so easily. Joel then said in a harsh tone, "Why aren't you looking at me?" I blatantly ignored him and kept my eyes glued to the TV.
Hey, why are you ignoring me? Why aren't you answering me?
Leave me alone. I thought we were best friends.
Best friends don't throw each other under the bus, Joel! You lied to my parents, you piece of shit!
I then saw Joel's eyes begin to tear up as he said, I'm sorry, I was just hungry. I didn't want your family to hate me. I just haven't eaten anything for the past few days. I felt sick to my stomach hearing his explanation. I honestly didn't know whether I should feel pity towards him or if I should remain stubborn. I eventually took the high road and forgave him for his actions. For the remainder of the night, we ate leftover chicken from the barbecue and played Xbox in my bedroom. My eyes started becoming heavy as time withered through the night. It was finally time for bed. I turned the TV off and crawled underneath my blanket. Joel snuggled in his sleeping bag and wished me a good night as I wished him one too. About 2 hours into my sleep, I heard weird noises coming from downstairs. Who could be awake at this time? I glanced at my alarm clock and then looked towards the sleeping bag beside me. My bedroom was pretty dark, so it was hard to see anything. I got up from my bed and briefly turned on the lights, only to see no sign of Joel. My suspicions were right. The person downstairs must be Joel. I immediately turned off the lights and began to quietly head downstairs. As I got to the end of the staircase, I leaned over and glanced towards the kitchen, only to see Joel sitting on the floor with the fridge opened. The floor was a mess. Several items from the fridge were scattered everywhere. It was a little alarming seeing him sit there by himself in the dark, so I slowly started walking towards him. The closer I got to Joel, the louder I could hear him chomping down on some food. That's when Joel unexpectedly turns his head and looks back at me. I saw blood dripping from his mouth. I was so terrified to the point where all I wanted to do was cry out for my parents. Joel then stops chewing and shouts,
"What the hell are you doing here?"
"What the hell are you eating?" Joel then lifts the severed body of my pet hamster and says, "Feed me more." Ah! Since then, my parents completely shunned Joel from coming over to our house. My family agreed to not press charges considering he was only a kid. What makes this story all the more disturbing is how Joel has since disappeared from the face of the earth. It was reported that he had ran away from home and has since been in a missing persons report. From my family's perspective, we felt as if the backlash from eating our pet hamster and the occurrence of him eating raw meat from our barbecue was enough to drive him away, as he probably didn't want to deal with the noise that might have potentially arisen at school. It was a bittersweet moment seeing my parents kick Joel out of our house that night. It felt like I was losing a brother whom I could never have sleepovers with again. It's been well over 2 years since his disappearance. No amount of search parties or missing signs could bring Joel back to his home. I beg to differ, as I think Joel finally found the sleepover he so desperately desired.
Hey Josh, dinner's ready.
Coming, Mom! What did you make for dinner today, my beautiful mother?
Well, in today's menu, we have a large plate of spaghetti with extra meatballs, just the way you like it.
Thanks, Mom. Do you mind if I grab a second plate? I'm really hungry.
Sure thing, kiddo. Knock yourself out.
Thank you, Mom. I began to head to my bedroom and cautiously closed the door behind me, making sure the coast was clear and that my parents weren't on to me. I then opened my closet and looked up towards the entrance of the attic while whispering, "Hey Joel, food's here. Feed me more." Hungry, aren't you?
The first place I lived in after moving out of my parents' house was this tiny, dingy apartment on the outskirts of town. It wasn't the nicest place, but it was affordable, and it was mine. Because the rent was so cheap, there were quite a few students from the nearby community college living there. Most of us were friendly with each other, and we'd hang out sometimes. But there was one guy who just killed the vibe whenever he was around. I don't think any of us knew his name or even really managed to have a conversation with him. We all mentioned seeing him linger in the laundry room, despite him wearing the same set of clothes every single day. Most of us wrote him off as the token creep of the neighborhood. This is just what you get for trying to save on rent. After all, he wasn't the only downside to that particular apartment complex. The walls were pretty much paper thin. I could usually hear just about everything go on in my neighboring apartments. That being said, I still didn't mind. My next-door neighbor was this really attractive girl from the community college. Of course, I always hoped that being so close to her meant that we'd eventually run into each other and maybe hit it off, but I didn't actually see much of her. Unfortunately, it was almost like she was trying to avoid being seen, as she would run out of her door and slam it in the middle of the night all the time. But since the walls were so thin, I could hear most of what she was like without meeting her. She was on her phone a lot, talking really loud to someone on the other side. Every once in a while, she'd have a friend over for the night and I'd lose some sleep. But otherwise, she seemed like a nice person to me. There was one night, though, where things seemed off. It was a Sunday night and I'd fallen asleep quite heavily after hanging out with my friends for a few hours. I woke up in the dead of night to the sounds of shouting and screaming coming through the wall from inside her apartment.
Get out! You're ugly! Like I'd ever. Ah!
It sounded like a heated argument, which was weird. I'd never heard my neighbor fight before. I could tell someone else was in the apartment. They were talking back.
Come on, please?
I shrugged it off and rolled over in my bed, thinking he was some lackluster playboy getting burnt and butted out. It was none of my business, and I didn't have the energy to do anything about it, so I went back to sleep. But the next morning, I woke up worried. For some reason, I had a sinking feeling about my neighbor. I stepped outside of my apartment and knocked on her door. Hello? There was no answer. I knocked a few more times, but still, nothing on the other side. I sighed in frustration and stepped back. We were on the second floor breezeway, so I leaned up against the railing and looked around the parking lot for her car. The parking spots were assigned in the same order as the apartments, so her car would be right next to mine. Her car is here. I thought I heard the door open, but when I turned back, it wasn't her who answered. The door to the other apartment next to hers was ajar, and the eyes of the neighborhood creep were staring at me. Can I help you? What's the deal with all the knocking? I had no idea he even lived in that unit until then. I never saw him enter or exit once in the months I'd been there. Slowly, I walked up to his doorway, but he continued to hide behind his door. Hey, have you seen your neighbor? Who? The girl, man. You know who I'm talking about. Oh, the girl. Her name was Lily. He scowled at me like I offended him, but I was confused. How did he know her name and I didn't? Oh, wait, man. What do you mean her name was Lily? I don't know. You don't know? Whatever. Look, I'm worried about her. I heard some crazy stuff from her place last night, and she's not answering her door. Have you seen her recently? I don't know. You don't know if you've seen her recently? Dude, I know your walls are just as thin as mine. I know you heard something weird last night, too. Come on, you heard it, didn't you? I don't know. All of a sudden, I realized just how crazy tense the creep had become. He still held the door half closed with white knuckles, sweat dripping down his forehead. He was no longer actually saying anything, but he never broke eye contact with me for a moment. Hey, I don't want to freak you out, I'm sorry. Why don't we just sit down inside and talk about this? It's early. No! The creep slammed the door shut with surprising strength, and right on my finger.
Ah! 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 Oh! Oh, that bastard!
I reeled back and reluctantly looked at my hand. Yeah, we'll say that finger was definitely broken. One more thing about cheap rent. You get cheap locks. In the rush of shock and anger, the sight of my gnarly finger broke me. I kicked the creep's door as hard as I could, channeling all the pain into it. I really didn't expect it to happen, but the creep's door flew open with a burst of splinters and a wimpy scream from the creep himself. But that didn't matter when I caught a glimpse through his doorway and into his living room. I saw just where my good neighbor had gone. She was chopped up into several pieces, arranged on the floor as part of some ritual involving drawings in her blood, and a lot of her dirty laundry, which I assume he stole. Dozens of bloody bras were strung around his room, along with several clumps of Lily's ginger hair, some pieces with scalps still attached to it. The sight was unbearable. I'd seen enough for a morning. I didn't want to fight a guy who chops up bodies, or be his neighbor, for that matter. It was a terrible tragedy what happened to that girl, and I feel stupid and guilty to this day, knowing that I might have been able to do something about it, but didn't even try. I didn't stay for long. Right after I got off the phone with the police, I called my landlord and broke my lease. I couldn't believe I was able to sleep through the murder of my neighbor. All I can say is, this is the last time I will ever rent out a cheap room, because you truly get what you pay for.
I mean, we just don't know where she is.
What about the parking lot area? I think that's where they have recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body?
They took out a body there earlier. We don't know if it's the same person or not. Are you okay, sir?
I think I need to sit down.
Who in that complex do I need to talk to?
I don't know.
Tell me. I want to know.
I don't know where she is.
Why is there blood in your bathroom?
I don't know.
Yes, you do know. Why, Steven? Who did it?
I don't know. This is a true story that happened a couple of years ago, when Tinder was the go-to place for online dating. My experience with Tinder, or should I say with this one individual, was at first a friendly and flirtatious experience turned fatal the further things went. It all started when I was doing night classes at my local community college. At the time, I was studying to get my degree in nursing, so you can imagine the monotonous lectures that the course entailed. I would usually take pictures of my friends' notes so that I didn't have to take notes during lectures. Instead, I would go on Tinder. I was single at the time and figured I could pursue a boyfriend since December was considered cuffing season. I remember messaging this attractive guy who I'll call Ryan for the sake of this story. Ryan was my type of guy, handsome and someone who enjoyed the nature and wildlife. From his profile pictures, I could see him holding a machete while wearing camo attire. After our initial match, I got to know Ryan a lot more and found out that he was a huntsman who also enjoyed fishing on his days off. Nonetheless, his good looks and charm gave me good vibes that the other guys on Tinder didn't. We had messaged back and forth for about a week or two and even video chatted occasionally. My friends and school colleagues suggested I give him a shot at a first date, but I felt like I wanted to take things slow and steady. This is when things took a dark and unexpected turn. One night, my best friend Jenna sends me a link of Ryan's personal Facebook page. As I opened his page up on my desktop computer, I see that he was currently in a relationship with another female of Hispanic descent. I began to act irrational and bombarded him with texts saying stuff like,
"Why the hell would you lead me on if you're still in a relationship? I saw your Facebook, buddy."
Not even 10 seconds later, Ryan responds back saying, "I was planning on breaking up with her to be with you." I didn't want to be known as a homewrecker, but he was too irresistible to let go of, considering how much in common I had with him. I messaged back saying,
"So you're willing to break up with her to be with me?"
"Yes, I'll break it to her later tonight."
"How will she take the news?"
Sometimes you just gotta kill him with kindness. After an awkward turn of events, I shut off my computer, put my phone on silent, and headed to bed, while brushing the whole notion under the rug that I was going to end a relationship and potentially gain one simultaneously. The next morning, I woke up and checked my cell phone on my nightstand. I remember seeing 2 missed messages from Ryan. I opened them up and saw an image of his girlfriend, except she was bloodied. A good portion of her face was severed off with a second message that read, "Done." After the alleged homicide circulated the news, it was later found out that Ryan had taken his girlfriend's life with his hunting machete. What makes this story more disturbing was how I recall Ryan explicitly saying he was going to quote-unquote kill his girlfriend with kindness prior to breaking up with her. Little did I know that his hunting machete was named Kindness.
This is a story that happened a couple months ago when I was in my first year of college. I was a student majoring in industrial engineering, but unfortunately started taking online classes due to the global pandemic. Most lectures began surfacing online as my respective professors would host Zoom calls for each course following the other. I wasn't really the biggest fan of taking online classes as I just recently enrolled in the curriculum, so not being able to socially interact with others in the classroom was a bitter pill to swallow, which led me to the idea of using the video chat site Omegle. I remember hearing rumors about it growing up where people would sometimes meet interesting individuals there, maybe some hot chicks if you got lucky enough. Thought I'd give it a try one Friday evening. I figured I couldn't go wrong with meeting some random people from across the world while I casually sip on my alcoholic beverage. Come on, where the girls at? I want to see some— Hey there, what's your name, kid? I'm Tommy. What's yours? You can call me Creep. Nope.
Hey, do you like long walks to the fridge?
Not with you. That's when I came across a man with his face painted as a clown, replicating Joaquin Phoenix from the Joker movie that premiered a couple months earlier.
Hey dude, big fan of the Joker, aren't you?
He just sat there in silence while looking directly at the webcam with his gaunt eyes and formidable smile, almost like he was intrigued by my company.
Hello? Do you talk?
Again, he just sat there not saying anything. I was convinced his mic was turned off as I couldn't hear any background ambient noise that I would usually hear when a stranger appears on the screen. I decided to type, "I don't think your mic is on, dude." That's when he began typing in the chat box himself, saying,
"All I have are negative thoughts looming inside my head."
I playfully respond with,
"Why so serious? Laugh out loud?"
"Pick a card, any card, by saying the word stop."
He then raises a deck of cards towards the screen and began springing the cards from one hand to the other while I shout, "Stop!" midway through the deck. The Joker then raises my selected card, the 7 of Diamonds, towards the screen. He then inserts the card back inside the deck, all while having his head turned in a different direction.
"Okay, Mr. Joker, gonna guess my card now?"
He then typed,
"If you want me to unmute my mic and reveal your card, you have to beat me in a blinking contest."
I typed, "Okay, sure, I guess." The Joker then turns on his mic as I hear the sudden ambient noise come out of nowhere. He then puts his face closer to the webcam with his eyes closed and begins gesturing the numbers 1, 2, and opening his eyes on the count of 3. I began to reciprocate by gluing my eyes to the screen in hopes that any lag from the video chat would mask any blink I would inevitably make. That's when the Joker began to disturbingly grin at the camera with an over-exaggerated smile, almost like he had a weird ability to abnormally stretch his face. I begin to awkwardly smile back as my silly way of expressing a friendly gesture. I could then see tears falling from his eyes, like he was extremely reluctant to close them, almost as if the shame of losing an eye contest meant the world to him.
Wow, what the hell, dude?
I shouted,
"Dude, you cheated!"
as the Joker then began to start blindfolding himself while I awkwardly observe his bizarre antics. He then adjusts the webcam while placing one of his palms face down on the computer table, then begins to raise a large kitchen blade in the air with the other hand.
"Dude, what the hell are you doing?"
He then starts stabbing in between the gaps of his fingers.
Dude, stop it! Are you insane?
That's when the Joker began to nonchalantly increase the speed of the stabbing motion while jabbing at the table flawlessly without any trace of a deadly mishap. It was terrifying, but at the same time exhilarating, as the Joker did this blindfolded at such a rapid speed that to the video chat it legitimately looked like a camera trick. I shouted, "Dude, how the hell did you do that?" as the Joker simultaneously zoomed his webcam closer to the table. He then begins to type,
"Want to see that again, but this time in IMAX?"
I typed, "Sure, I guess." He then responds with,
"Let me mute my mic. That way you don't hear my screams of agony in the unfortunate event that I make a mistake."
I was a little alarmed with the sudden disclaimer, but oddly enough decided to observe the rest of his stunt. I watched him place his trembling hand on the table. What he did next was one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen in my life.
He began carving the tip of the blade into the surface of his palm.
I screamed,
"Dude, no, stop it! What the hell is wrong with you? Dude, stop! What the hell is wrong with you?"
as his bloody hand began to tremble uncontrollably with blood spewing everywhere.
"Stop it! Please, stop!"
That's when the Joker unmutes his mic, unveiling the sounds of a muffled whimper, like his mouth had been covered with something. What I saw next single-handedly made me not want to ever go back on Omegle again. The Joker raises his webcam, revealing the source of the actual hand he was hacking at. It was a man that looked to be in his mid-20s with duct tape on his mouth, shivering from the lethal torture the Joker put him through.
"Look, it wasn't even my hand!"
"Leave him alone or I'm calling the cops!"
As I looked closer at the screen, I noticed he had carved the value and suit of the playing card I had selected in the beginning of the video chat. The 7 of diamonds. Sledding has always been one of my favorite wintertime activities. It can be dangerous, but it's totally worth it. There just isn't anything else in the world quite like it, for people on a budget at least. I always wanted to take a girl tobogganing too, so the first winter I had a girlfriend, I took her to the best place I knew of. It's got great hills for tobogganing, long and steep drops that take you to great speeds. It's such a popular place, in fact, that during the day it gets busy to the point of being hazardous, as in you're liable to run into somebody who isn't paying attention. That's why I convinced my girlfriend to go with me in the evening. It's not exactly the smartest decision in terms of temperature and general visibility, but it was her first time tobogganing, so I figured a novice like her should have the whole slope to herself, especially since we couldn't go down together. I only had one toboggan, the same one I've had since childhood, and it was far too small for both of us to fit on at once. Not exactly as romantic as I'd planned, but you work with what you've got. Tracy wanted to go first. I was a little worried since I didn't get a chance to show her how it's done, but she took my advice quite well. I gently pushed her down the slope and she rolled the whole way with speed and grace, except for the very end. She was near the bottom and slowing down, and right as I was about to cheer, she tumbled right off the toboggan and landed flat on her back.
"Tracy, you okay?"
She didn't respond. I couldn't tell if she was hurt or just stunned, but I started making my way down the hill as fast as I safely could anyway. As I was trotting through the snow, I saw a dark figure come out from the trees. He looked a bit like Santa, dragging a sled behind him. I was only halfway down when I heard Tracy scream. I picked up my pace and ran to her side, shouting,
"Hey, who the hell are you?"
I finally made it to Tracy, who clambered up to her feet and hid behind my shoulder. It was getting dark, barely any daylight left, and only the light of a crescent moon to work with. But as the man stepped closer, I was able to see enough. He was dressed as Santa Claus, but he was really the Grinch, and I mean it. His skin was puke green, his eyes piss yellow and bloodshot, and his whole body cursed with unkempt green hair.
You know who I am. Who are you, huh? A tourist? Or perhaps a burglar in the night? Have you been waiting for me to fall asleep so you could sneak into my cave and strangle me in my bed? Huh? Why should I trust you? You're not from around here.
We're just tobogganing, dude. Like, what the hell is wrong with you?
Oh, is that so? Well, I see two of you and only one teeny tiny little toboggan. So I ask of you, good sir, how am I, the Grinch, supposed to believe that flimsy alibi?
Well, we're kind of broke.
Ah, what a tearjerker. Young broke love. Oh well, I guess I have no choice but to be the better man here. Fine, I'll give you my toboggan, young man, for a price.
Really? You'd do that? I thought you would, steal ours.
Nonsense! That was the old me. I'll give you my toboggan, little lady, if you do just one thing for me. Carve me the most spectacular snow angel you can, right here on this slope.
My girlfriend flopped right down into the snow and started flapping her arms and legs, but...
No, not there, you idiot! Get up! We're losing illumination out here. You gotta do it where it'll catch the moonlight. Follow me, come on.
He led us a few steps up the slope to what must have been the exact spot at which Tracy had tumbled. He pointed to the hard-packed snow and snapped his finger.
Do it here.
Tracy shot me a concerned glance, which I understood. I mean, snow angels are a fresh powder kind of thing. You can't really make one in a spot like that where it's more ice than snow. But she must have really wanted that toboggan, because she got down on the ground and went for it anyway. For the first minute, nothing happened. She flapped around like a fish out of water. It wasn't until her body heat started to melt the ice that she was able to make any progress. Slowly but surely, she made the angel-shaped indentation in the hillside. I heard the Grinch giggling to himself, like he was playing some kind of joke on us. But I had no earthly idea what it could be. Until the snow Tracy was uncovering turned dark red. I couldn't believe it at first, but the splotch of crimson grew wider by the second.
Tracy, get up! You're hurting yourself!
I turned to give the Grinch a death stare, but only caught the last little glimpse of him as he ran off into the trees with wretched laughter, leaving the sled behind. As Tracy got up from the ground, she finally noticed the bloody angel, but was miraculously unscathed. If it wasn't her blood, then whose was it? We got down on our knees and started digging through the snow with our hands. It was like digging through stone, but we had to see what was below. And sure enough, we did. With one last chunk of ice, I revealed the deathly face of a frozen little boy. We ran off, leaving both toboggans behind. Once in my car, we called the cops, who told us to wait so we could give our statements. Months later, the info went public. The boy had disappeared the night before we were there. He didn't come home from tobogganing. The Grinch had strangled him and cut him open just so he'd bleed through the snow he was buried in. The toboggan he was offering us was identical to the deceased boy's they displayed on the news. To this day, Tracy swears the patch of ice she tumbled over was the spot of his shallow grave. It's safe to say Tracy and I haven't gone tobogganing since. I can't imagine most people have enthralling dinners under the roof of a KFC. But I, for one, remember dining there far more times than the average person. It used to be something my parents would do for me and my siblings back in the day. It wasn't enough for them to just bring it home. They wanted it to be more than just takeout. A family outing, they would always say. That said, I couldn't tell you I hated the place until the last time I went, only a few weeks ago. I was just about to move out of my parents' house, and they'd convinced me to go with them to KFC one last time, before I'd taken flight or whatever. It was purely nostalgic. I don't think any one of us still cared for the food there. It's different now. Anyways, my parents and I were just minding our business in the dining room of the KFC. chewing on regrettable numbers of questionable pieces of fried chicken in complete silence. My dad had just excused himself to the restroom after I tried to break the ice by asking what him and my mom would do after I left home. That's when this man barged in. A man that looked exactly like the Colonel of Kentucky Fried fame. But it couldn't be him. The real Colonel was long dead. Everyone in the building, the customers and the employees, all turned their heads at this guy.
Well, a mighty fine Friday afternoon to y'all. I'm Colonel Sanders.
Right as he started speaking, I think the majority of us dropped our guard. By that point, everyone had seen the new commercials for KFC with that weird-looking spokesman/character person, and this guy nailed the act. It seemed obvious that this was some sort of corporate PR stunt, complete with an actor for the mascot and a room full of real, unwilling customers. For the most part, though, people just shrugged and went back to eating idly as the Colonel continued.
I care indubitably for the quality of my establishments, which is why I'll be performing a full top-down inspection of this franchise today for all of you wonderful folks. Yes, managers, go check for a special message on your computers.
The employees seemed to believe the guy too, at least for the moment, so the rest of us went along with it. I was just hoping we weren't being filmed by some hidden camera crew. Though my mother and I went on pretending to talk to each other, we were watching the Colonel from the corner of our eyes. He'd started his inspection in the dining room, walking up to all the tables and asking each of the customers,
"How's your food, sir? The staff treat you well? Everything to your liking?"
But each time, with every customer, at the end of his questions, he'd lean over the table and stare unflinchingly down into their eyes and ask,
"Tell me, is it finger-licking good?"
Most of the responses were a short, "Yeah, sure," or an, "I think we're done here." The Colonel would then hover over them for a few seconds while smirking. He then did the strangest thing. He started licking his own fingers. Slowly, people started to become a little more aware of him. The scene was weird as he would stare directly into customers' eyes while doing this action. I just hoped that he wouldn't visit our table. With that being said, he scurried over to us as though he could read my mind.
"Well, how nice to see a young man repay his mother with a nice dinner."
He spoke to both of us, but he only looked at me. And by that I mean, he didn't blink, twitch, or glance away even a little bit.
"You're a fine young man, ain't you, boy?"
I started trembling. I knew this dinner was going to be tense, but I hadn't thought I'd be put on the spot quite like this. Thank you, sir."
No. Thank you for dining here, son. How's your fried chicken? Tell me, is it up to your standards? I trust you now.
My eyes darted around looking for a response, a sign from my mom, or to see my dad appear from the restroom. But everything seemed frozen. Very suddenly, the Colonel fell to his knees beside me, reaching for my hands.
"Tell me now, boy, is it finger-licking good?"
He kept leaning in towards me with his mouth hanging open, staring at my fingers, like he himself was about to lick the crumbs off of them to prove it. That's when my dad finally got off the toilet and came back to his family. He shouted,
"Hey, weirdo!"
He then yanked that wacko away from me faster than I could even react. The Colonel tumbled to the greasy floor of the dining room.
"You trying to propose to my son, punk? Get out of here before I make you wish I was a cop!"
Whoever that guy was, he wasn't official KFC staff, but he was definitely a wimp. He didn't put up any sort of fight after my dad threw him. He just rushed to his feet, laughed at us for a moment, then ran out the door.
Come on, Margaret. We're getting out of here.
We all got up and left the table. And I think that'll be the last time I ever stepped foot within 100 feet of a KFC. Later that weekend, my dad caught the news from the local channel which stated, the guy who impersonated the Colonel had gotten arrested the night after we saw him. Reports say he disguised himself as the mascot to get into close proximity with customers to harass them. He then took it a step further by grabbing their greasy fingers and biting them off. He would flee the scene immediately after and hit up at least 5 locations before getting caught by the police. Several people were missing fingers from that one spree. I was stunned to think just how close I'd gotten to becoming an unfortunate victim of that weirdo's hunt for greasy fingers. And to this day, I get queasy whenever I see fried chicken. This is an urban legend that allegedly took place around the early 2000s, back before social media sites like Instagram or Snapchat were even a thing. The source for the story was shared through the victim's roommate, who claimed that the following events were in fact true, and that they occurred within the residence he and the victim had lived at. There's been a lot of speculation whether the events of the story were fabricated or not due to the supernatural aspects of the proposed speculation. But from the testimonials of the victim's roommate, it makes it rather difficult to argue the legitimacy of it. It allegedly all began when a young man in his mid-20s had moved in with one of his colleagues from school to an old rundown apartment complex. We'll give the young man the alias George and his roommate Simon for better context. George was a young man who just recently moved out of his parents' house and into an apartment complex just 5 minutes away from the college he had enrolled in. It was alleged that George was a hardworking student, as he did school full-time in the mornings and worked full-time during the evenings. That meant that a lot of his life revolved around studying on the job while trying to make a living for himself, and maintain the childhood dream of being an independent man he so desperately desired. George's life was unfortunately reduced to constantly working and schooling for a solid year or two, which carried a lot of weight on his shoulders. The repetitive nature of his lifestyle made him develop a lot of hatred towards the world, as the monotonous everyday routine made him have an edge that most of his colleagues didn't see prior to meeting him. His roommate Simon even described George's demeanor as bizarre and weird the longer he lived with him. Here's when the story takes a bizarre turn. Simon claims that the cause of George's odd behavior wasn't from school or work. He claims that it came from a cursed VHS tape that was played by George when Simon was out with his group of friends one night. The VHS tape was allegedly discovered by Simon when he came out of a local Blockbuster after renting a movie to take home. Simon then saw a tape sitting on the sidewalk in front of the store. What movie is this? The tape had no movie label on it, just a white strip on the edge with the words, "Play Me." Simon took the tape home as he figured it could be useful for recording a movie on his television. He then heads home and begins watching the movie he had initially rented.
Hey dude, I'm gonna head to bed, so I'll see you at class tomorrow.
Have a good night, dude. After I finish this movie off, I'm gonna check this thing out.
Check what out?
This VHS. I found it on the street and it says "Play Me."
Weird. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, dude. Have to wake up early for class.
Alright, later, dude. Simon then takes out the movie from the VHS player and pops in the "Play Me" tape, as his curiosity started distracting him throughout the film. The tape then begins to play. What ends up appearing on the TV was something Simon described as extremely bizarre and unsettling. It was a video of a man sitting on a boat in the middle of an ocean. He sat there quietly in one spot while the fluorescent light from the moon shined upon his silhouette. According to Simon, the film looked like some sort of strange stock footage that a low-budget creator had whipped up.
What the hell is this crap? Who the hell wants to watch someone sitting on a boat for hours?
What did you say?
What the hell was that?
Simon then got up from the couch and confusingly stared at the television, trying to comprehend if the words came from his head or the TV. Was that you who was just talking to me?
Yes. Perhaps you would like to see my face.
Okay. That's when the man on the boat begins to aggressively paddle towards the TV as Simon begins to slowly backpedal in fear.
What the hell?
The man in the boat then makes his way up close towards the screen, only to show a face that looked exactly like Simon, as if his doppelganger was on the other side of the screen.
I need your help, Simon.
No! No! Leave me alone!
No!
George then approaches the living room and says,
Dude, what the hell happened?
My bad, dude. I must have accidentally fried it.
Jesus Christ, that's the last time you're ever watching a scary movie.
Several days after that incident, Simon replaces the TV in the living room and ends up heading out to hang with some friends, leaving George in the apartment complex alone. George used most of his free time studying and working on school assignments, as he usually had the nights off on weekends. After about an hour or two of consistent rummaging of notes, George decided to finally take a break and watch a movie from his VHS collection. George then turns off his lights and attempts to insert his movie in the VHS player, only to notice it already being occupied with the Play Me tape. That's when George decided to press play using the remote, only to see the same video that Simon had seen before. Just a male silhouette casually sitting on a boat in the middle of an ocean. George sat there in silence as if he anticipated any further dialogue waiting to transpire within the next few seconds or so. As he looked further into the television, he could vaguely make out that the figure of the man was a figure similar to himself. That's when the man in the boat said,
"Help me, George." What the hell? Is that you talking to me?
"Yes, I need you to fill up your bathtub with water. Can you do that?"
Why would I do such a thing?
"Please, I need your help, George. I need you to fill up your bathtub and do it in the dark. It's the only way this is going to work."
Okay.
That's when George heads to the washroom using the light from his BlackBerry cell phone and begins to fill the bathtub up with water. He then heads back to the living room and says to the boatman,
"Okay, boatman, I just filled the bathtub. Now what?"
"Great job, George. Now, throw something in the tub."
Like what?"
"Anything that can float." That's when George grabs a rubber duck from his washroom cabinet and tosses it into the bathtub. He then approaches the living room once more and says,
"Okay, I did it. Now what?"
George's jaw dropped as he saw the rubber duck floating next to the man on the boat. George then checked the bathtub using the light from his phone, only to see no trace of the rubber duck. He then heads back and repeatedly curses at the screen, saying,
"What the hell is going on? Who the hell are you? How the hell did you do that?"
"George, now, fully submerge yourself inside the bathtub."
"And why the hell would I do that?"
"For eternal happiness, silly."
"Now do it, George!"
"What?"
"Get in the bathtub now!"
George then frantically tries turning the TV off by repeatedly pressing the power button on the remote, but the TV remained on. He even went as far as ripping off the power cord from the wall outlet, but the TV still remained on.
"You want me to drown, huh? Is that what you want, you sick bastard?"
That's when George runs into the washroom and jumps straight into the bathtub.
What the hell? Where the hell am I? Somebody help me! Help!
And that's the story of the great urban legend of George. Some say the man he is today is the man that was once trapped in the video, as his former school colleagues claim that he had suddenly become timid and quiet. George's roommate Simon even testified to George's sudden change, mentioning how he has behaved different since and how he thinks the tape had something to do with it. In conjunction with the other testimonies from George's colleagues, Simon's final statement about George read, "I wish George good health and prosperity. I must vouch that the man George is today is definitely not the person I once knew before."
I woke up on the wrong side of the bed one morning to what sounded like raccoons digging through my trash can. I armed myself with a broomstick and ran outside in my pajamas, but when I got there, whatever it was had already run off. They left my trash can knocked over, with all the bags split open, and there was trash strewn all over the place. That certainly didn't put me in a good mood, but I had to pick it up as quickly as I could. I had a double shift at work that day, noon to close. Had to get a shower and everything too, because a Hooters girl doesn't earn tips if she smells like trash. My whole day at work was awful. We had more creeps in the restaurant than usual, which is saying something. Many, many hungry eyes were waiting for me. The nastiest creeps, too. Relentless and persistent, and most were too broke to tip me more than a few quarters. But the worst part was, Carl, the fry cook who was working the same shift as me, stared at me more than any customer, with these sad, pathetic eyes. I couldn't even catch a break in the kitchen. Carl was one of the most obese men I've ever seen. His gut was so large he struggled to reach past it to flip the patties on the griddle. He never seemed to clean his work clothes either, because there wasn't a spot left on his apron that didn't have a week's-old grease stain on it. You'd expect a guy like him to smack 3 orders of food on his lunch breaks, but he never had the time to eat at work. He was always frantically writing in his worn-out notebook during his breaks, glancing up at me whenever I was around, like he knew I was going to pass by. He never stopped scribbling until it was time for him to go back to grilling. Slowly but surely the hours passed, and the restaurant finally closed for the night. All that was left was to clean up and lock up before leaving. Pretty soon, Carl and I were the only ones left. I thoroughly mopped the restaurant floor to avoid him as he cleaned the kitchen. The last place left was the men's bathroom. I always save it for last. It's kind of a vile place. I took a deep breath before entering the stench within and started mopping underneath the urinals.
I swear they intentionally piss on the floor.
Just to add on to the terrible day I was having, I started hearing suspicious noises again, rustling from the handicap stall, like someone was scraping their feet on the floor. I shoved the mop into the bucket and yelled impatiently.
Is someone still in here? We're closed.
No answer. I walked up to the handicap stall and tried to look inside, but the door was locked.
Whoever's in there, you have to leave. We're closed for the night.
I started banging on the door, letting out all the frustrations of the day. I gave up not very long after. I was getting tired of this. Then, I heard footsteps from the other side and saw a pair of muddy shoes beneath the door. I jolted back right as the door flew open, revealing a man who looked like he'd lived in a swamp his whole life and had starved for most of it. I recognized him as a customer from earlier in the day.
It's nice to see you're in such a rush to see me again, baby doll. But you don't have to worry. We're alone now. We've got lots of time.
I grabbed the mop for a lack of a better weapon of defense, waving the dripping mess of tangled, filth-soaked cloth in his face.
Forget all that! We're closed! Get out of here!
That's not gonna stop me, sweetheart.
He grabbed the head of the mop and yanked it out of my hands in a flash.
I'm not leaving here without you by my side. Why don't you come over to my place for the night?
Beat it, creep!
Oh, you've got attitude, don't you? Don't worry, I'll take care of that.
I made a break for the door, but he lunged at me and grabbed my arm. I screamed.
Carl!
We struggled for a moment before the fry cook finally burst into the bathroom. I'd never been so glad to see him in my life. Carl took the creep by the shoulders and ripped him away from me like a rag doll. Carl slammed the creep against the wall and pinned him up. What's going on here?
He's a creep, Carl! Throw him out already!
It's just a misunderstanding, sir.
Carl stared him down for an uncomfortable length of time. Then he whispered something in the creep's ear that I couldn't make out. The creep nodded readily. Then Carl set him down. Immediately, it seemed like all the tension had been diffused. The creep smiled non-offensively, then calmly walked out and left the store.
How did you do that without roughing him up?
Carl grinned from ear to ear like a big goof. I just told him what would happen.
Well, thank you very much, Carl. I appreciate it.
You're always welcome, Selena. I picked up the mop again, wanting to just finish closing so I could finally go home. But Carl lingered. Hey, since I saved you and all, do you think you'd like to go out on a date with me?
Not the time, Carl. Not the time.
That's okay. I'll find a good time. Then, he left, thankfully, and I got back to mopping. When I finally got home that night, I was utterly exhausted. I was seriously thinking of quitting Hooters. The meager tips didn't make up for all the interactions with sickos and freaks, and they were starting to make me paranoid. I changed back into my pajamas, made some hot chocolate, and got comfortable on the couch to binge watch my favorite show, all in an effort to just calm down and unwind from the events of the day. Too bad I didn't have any roommates I could vent to. It wasn't long before my moment of peace was ruined. I heard something rummaging through my trash can again. I didn't bother getting anything to chase them off this time. I figured my screams of rage would be enough to scare anything away. But when I opened my door, it wasn't a raccoon. It was the same creep from before, holding my trash can over his head and dumping everything onto the ground. When he saw me, he threw the empty can at me. I stumbled back through the doorway in a daze.
What the?
I told you, didn't I? You should have gone home with me, and none of this would have happened.
He stepped into my home undaunted. He laughed maniacally and inched his way closer to me. My mind raced. What should I do? Should I get a knife? Should I scream? I tripped and fell to the ground, crawling backwards towards the kitchen where I could maybe get a proper weapon to defend myself. But then, another silhouette appeared behind the creep, swallowing him in the shadows, then socked him in the back of the skull. The creep clambered forward and looked back in shock.
Why'd you... This wasn't part of the deal!
I then realized who it was. It was Carl. He approached the creep without a word and grabbed him by the neck. Carl relentlessly pummeled the creep with his fists. There was no contest. Carl was a super heavyweight in a no-holds-barred cage match with a featherweight stickman. I watched in absolute shock as Carl let loose until the creep was totally limp. Carl then finally let him go, and just by the sound of the body made as it collided with the floor, I knew that Carl had beaten him to death. Carl then turned to me, his face half lit by the street lights shining through the wide open door. "Will you go on a date with me now?"
What? No! Carl! What have you done?
I climbed to my feet, ready to outrun him if I needed to. What have I done? Really, I saved you twice. Is that not good enough for you?
I know everything about you. What do you know about me?
He said this while grabbing his notebook out from his pocket. He darted it to me while waiting for a response. I didn't take my eyes off Carl when I reached down slowly for the notebook. Suddenly, I realized why he was always writing in it. He was writing about me. He recorded my every movement, my habits, everyone I talked to. Did he really tell that guy to show up just so he could act like my knight? You better understand, I'm not leaving here without you by my side. Everybody knows that mall Santas aren't the sort of people you should readily trust around children, which must be why there's always a crowd of elf characters in that area to keep the costumed man in check. I, for one, am certainly glad that this is the case, but likely not for the reason you'd expect. I have a terribly clear memory of one occasion with one of these mall Santas. I was much younger at the time, young enough to still be interested in the idea of Santa Claus, but more than old enough to have my doubts about the truth of it. My whole family went out to the community mall for some last-minute Christmas shopping. The first thing that caught my attention was the staging area, right inside the entrance, where Santa Claus was granting wishes and taking pictures along with his team of elves. To my recollection, that was probably the most wholesome and charming Santa Claus charade the mall ever had. All the kids in line looked so excited to talk to the one and only St. Nicholas. I immediately started begging my parents to let me go see him. Mom, can we go see Santa Claus?
Maybe later, honey. The line is too long. We'd be there all day. We should go shopping while we have all our energy.
Okay, but if it's shorter later, can we go?
Sure, sweetie pie. You've been nice this year.
I guess my parents wanted to buy what they could before everything was gone. It didn't make sense to me at first, but the longer they made me wait, and the more times they asked me what I wanted for Christmas, the more it began to dawn on me that Santa Claus wasn't really the person who gave out the presents every year. Obviously, it was just the parents who bought things for their children. Otherwise, what would be the point of asking Santa Claus to get me something if Mom had just gotten me everything I wanted right in front of me? So, by the end of the shopping spree, I was in a pretty sour mood. I know that every kid has to realize this at some point, but having the magic stripped away so close to Christmas brought on a lot of conflicting emotions for the younger me. But it would only get worse from there. As we were about to leave the mall with our purchases in tow, we all noticed how much shorter the line for Santa had gotten.
Look at that, honey. You could almost walk right up to him.
At that point, I didn't even want to talk to him anymore. The glow was all gone. And now it seemed like every one of the few kids that were waiting in line were almost scared. Despite that, I just didn't have the energy to say no at the time. So we all shuffled into the queue so I could get to sit on Santa's lap. But as we got closer and closer, I started to see that the line wasn't the only thing that had changed in the few hours since I'd last seen the staging area. Santa Claus looked different. Before, he'd been this jolly old, warm and fuzzy-looking grandpa. But now, he didn't even look like the same person anymore. And it wasn't just that his fake beard wasn't on right. It looked like he was wearing some kind of mask. The smiling rosy cheeks from before had turned pale and droopy. I was extremely nervous by the time I got to the front of the line, but I don't think the rest of my family was paying attention. Everybody's just tired, that's all.
Go on, honey. Go get your picture.
Timidly, I stepped up to Santa's lap. Without a word, he picked me up with a vice grip and shoved me down between his legs. And what do you want for Christmas, kid? I couldn't respond. I was frozen with fear I couldn't explain. Well, kid? Come on, spit it out. You're not the real Santa. Huh? What'd you say? Speak up, I'm old. I said, you're not the real Santa Claus. You're a fake. I'd seen this movie where a guy tears the fake beard off the mall Santa. I thought it would be a great way to expose this guy who was giving me the creeps. But when I reached up with a quickness and yanked the white ball of fluff with all my might, more came off than I expected. The entire face peeled off and crumpled up in my stunned grasp. The real face of the man beneath was caked in blood and bits of tissue, grinning at me maniacally with all wretched manner of craggly teeth and sharp features. After that initial moment of shock, he threw me off to the ground and started running for the door. I remember being unable to move, hearing a cacophony of shrieks and shouts and wailing. The man didn't get far. The security guards ran him down with an initiative I'd never seen from a mall cop before, or since. In the coming days, we found out that the original Santa Claus actor was discovered in his van out in the mall parking lot, naked, with his face cut off. He went on break and never came back. We never learned that psycho's motive, but one thing's for sure. I will never forget that moment every time I hear the name Santa Claus come up.
You boy, go get me some fresh meat from the food court.
Even if you've known somebody for years, that doesn't mean you can trust them. It's almost impossible to truly know who someone is deep down. You can never tell when someone will betray you. Take this past New Year's, for instance. I surprised my girlfriend at the time with a stay at a very romantic cottage in the woods. It wasn't until we drove all the way out into the wilderness that I realized just how secluded the little holiday home was. But my girlfriend, Cindy, seemed quite pleased with it. As I was taking in the luggage, I noticed a snowman in front of the house. I didn't think much of it then. I thought it was a fitting decoration, with the classic top hat and carrot nose. Very seasonal. My girl and I settled right into the cozy digs and made dinner. We had planned for this whole retreat to be relaxing and romantic, but that entire meal was consumed in silence. A tense atmosphere hung over us, though I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Afterwards, I felt the long drive catch up to me with the sudden urge to test out the plumbing in the cottage toilet. There was no cell service out where we were, so I got bored just sitting there. That's when I noticed that there was a curtained window in the bathroom. Simply out of curiosity, I reached up and pulled back the curtain, and right there was the snowman staring right at me. I closed the curtain and jumped to my feet, frantically pulling up my pants. That sight sent a jolt through me that cut my business short, no doubt about it. I rushed out and waddled up to the front door.
John, what's up?
I threw open the door and peered out into the frigid sunset snow. The snowman was still there, right where it was when we got there. It hadn't moved an inch.
John, close the door. It's cold.
I slammed the door and stormed back into the bathroom, yanking back the curtain. Nothing. I swear whoever's watching me is asking to get it! I stammered back into the main room in a heated state, when I finally remembered the whole purpose of the trip.
There's nobody watching us, John, honey. It's just you and me.
Later that night, we both laid out in bed, exhausted. Cindy had done her best to distract me from the snowman problem, but even after she'd been asleep for a couple of hours, I couldn't relax. That tense feeling was still churning. Outside, the winds were picking up, whistling through the trees and around the walls of the house. In all that noise, another sound invaded any remaining semblance of peace. A soft tapping on glass from a window somewhere in the building. A chill ran down my spine. Very quickly, it grew to the sound like a fist banging on the pane, about to burst through. I shot up out of bed so fast I almost woke Cindy. Following the sound to the living room, I could hear the ever-loudening banging coming from the window right by the door. I inched closer, afraid, but about to pull back the curtain, and that's when the whole window exploded under the pressure and cut up my face with a shower of glass shards. The howling wind rushed in from the broken window, blowing back the curtain, and standing right there on the porch, the snowman again, piercing me with his soulless button eyes. Didn't I tell you not to screw with me? Huh? Now look what I gotta do! I know you're not just a snowman, you peeping punk! The fury didn't subside with the snowman's destruction. I felt I was catching on to whatever was happening, and I was going to stop it. I stomped out barefoot, looking for the footprints of a prankster or a peeping Tom or somebody, but the moonlight revealed only fresh, undisturbed powder. Frustrated, I hobbled back inside on nearly frozen feet to wash the blood and glass from my face and maybe start up the fireplace and thaw out my souls. But, of course, the first thing I saw in the bathroom was that rotten snow freak staring right through the window. Didn't I just destroy you? Are my fists not good enough? Fine, I got something else for you. I'd seen it earlier, but I didn't think I'd use it for anything but chopping firewood. The rustic axe mounted above the fireplace. I plucked it from its resting place and took it in both hands, ready to go back outside and finish the job. But once I opened the door, I heard myself thinking with reason. No footprints. No footprints. Somebody's playing a game with me. This snowman is just a pawn. Yes, just a pawn. There can only be one culprit. Yes, only one person it could be. Oh, Cindy! I figured out that little joke you've been pulling on me. I walked back into the bedroom and stood over the sleepy Cindy, who was just starting to stir. She looked up at me with confused eyes, like she didn't know.
Huh? John? What are you... Hey! What are you doing?
I swung the axe down into her pretty chest with a surge of relief, putting my weary mind at ease. But her screaming was messing up my moment of zen, so I yanked it out of her ribcage and plunged it back in with all its heft again and again, until she finally shut up and stopped that horrible gurgling sound. Then, I thought, might as well be as thorough with you as I was with the snowman. So, I made sure to purge every shred of aggression in my heart. I'm not stupid! I don't like games! You shouldn't put me on edge! After a while, there wasn't much left of silly little Cindy. That, and the bed was starting to break. So, I started that fire I was thinking about earlier, and really got relaxing through the rest of my vacation. Looking back, even though she betrayed me, I do regret how I handled the situation. I was a little brash, but maybe next time I go on a cottage retreat, my new girlfriend will remember to pack my meds.
Santa Claus is a fat, phony fraud. I know it. You know it. Everybody knows it. The big difference between you and me is that I had the guts to go and prove it. All these non-player characters in society masquerading as thinking human beings, just believing the ridiculous narrative that's been fed to them. That some obese man breaks into their house every year and gives them useless junk. Any logical person with his legendary power would just rob the whole world blind. It's absolutely shameful that parents indoctrinate their children into this farce in this modern day. No wonder we can't face our existential threats. We're too caught up in fairy tales like Santa Claus. But I'm here to put an end to this, once and for all. Just this last year, I have eyewitness indisputable proof that there is no man or being Santa Claus, but that the myth of the overweight home invader is perpetuated by an unspoken society of Santa Claus imposters. I've been trying to catch my local agent of the conspiracy for years, camping out on the living room couch every Christmas Eve, but every night passing out from the boredom, or maybe the chemtrails, seemingly moments before his arrival. Each time he slipped away, my curiosity burned hotter. 365 days is a lot of time, but that's how long I had to wait every time I screwed up. So, I learned to be prepared. To finally catch him, I trekked out into the snow and bought 2 highly caffeinated energy drinks and chugged them before bedtime. That would keep me awake, but I knew it wouldn't be enough proof just to see him. I think I had a pretty ingenious solution to this problem with a quick purchase on the dark web a few weeks prior. Every night before Christmas, my mother would bake cookies, and my father would make sure to tell me,
"Hey, son, don't forget to set out some milk and cookies for Santa. It's the eldest child's duty to Christmas."
"Yes, Father." And this year, I made sure to set everything out after everyone else had already gone to bed, to make sure it was nice and fresh for him. If Santa Claus wants some milk and cookies, he can have the best there is around. It's the perfect bait for the glutton. By 11 o'clock, I was positioned on the couch next to the fireplace with my eyes closed, faking sleep like a pro despite all the caffeine coursing through my veins. After what felt like hours of waiting in a deep meditative state, I finally heard him making his way into the house like a bull in a china closet. But when I opened my eyes, he wasn't standing at the hearth. He was already at the Christmas tree, down on one knee and laying out presents.
Hey, how'd you get in here?
Oh! Or should I say, ho ho ho! What are you doing up so late?
Who are you and how did you get in my house?
Why, I'm Santa Claus, young man, and I came in through the chimney. How else would I get in?
You're the St. Nicholas.
Of course I am, son. I came with all the presents you and your little brother wished for.
Well then, my apologies. Just don't forget your milk and cookies, Santa.
Oh, thank you, kiddo. That's very sweet of you.
As he waddled over to the end table with the midnight snack, I didn't take my eyes off him for a moment. I wanted to absorb every detail of this sighting. The way he crammed those sugar bombs into his gullet with all the crumbs falling into his tangled mess of a beard, and the downright wasteful speed with which he chugged the entire tall glass of milk. Disgusting. After he finished his diabetic binge, he didn't look me in the eye. He just stumbled back to the tree to set out the rest of the presents, and started on his way out through the fireplace.
I guess I'd better be going by now. Lots of other houses to...
My plan was working perfectly. I was just about to crack the big lie.
Son, what was in that...
He collapsed to the floor with a huge thud, just as I uncovered the identity of the imposter. I knew that voice, and I should have known it earlier. It was my father. My mother and my little brother both awoke to the startling sound of his fall. They rushed out of their rooms and looked on in horror, like their entire worlds had been shattered.
My boy, what have you done?
My little brother started bawling, but my mother wasn't there for him. She rushed to my father's aid, but it was too late. It was a pitiful sight, really. I admit, I had to take drastic measures to uncover the truth of the Santa Claus conspiracy. But even after all the sacrifices I've made, my resolve is still strong, because I know that it was all in the honest pursuit of truth.
Over 10 years ago now, my parents and I moved into a duplex. It wasn't ideal for a family, but it was what we could afford after the housing crisis, although I was too young to understand that at the time. Most of our neighbors were friendly. The weekend after we moved in, several of them came over for a night of housewarming to welcome the new residents to the neighborhood and that sort of thing. It was getting late by the time they all arrived. My parents told me I was up too far past my bedtime and sent me to my room for the night. That bedroom shared a wall with the living room in which my parents and all the guests were talking. Since I wasn't given much of a choice, I decided to listen in on what the adults were saying. I could hear most of it, but I didn't understand very much. Though, there was one thing I did catch. They talked a lot about our next-door neighbor in the house connected to ours. He used to be a nice guy, but ever since his wife divorced him, he's gone down the deep end. He keeps to himself these days, but I keep an eye out for him. I'll try, but I haven't seen him since we moved in. What's he got behind those hedges, anyway? He gardens. It's all he cares about anymore. He and his wife used to plant all sorts of stuff. She's not around anymore, but I guess he keeps the tradition going. For some reason, the mention of our next-door neighbor gave me the chills. We'd been there for a few days, but I hadn't seen him once. Even to a kid, it was unsettling. I decided to stop eavesdropping and go to sleep. That would be one of the last times I ever got a good night's rest. A few nights later, I was running up and down the stairs when I noticed that we had a window halfway up the stairwell that looked out onto the backyard. I stopped to examine our neighbor's side of the backyard, which he had put up a fence to keep separated from our half. He even planted a 10-foot hedge behind the fence for added scenery, but I could see it all from the stairs. His half of the yard was overgrown with rows of thriving bushes and flowers, with a greenhouse in the far corner. I couldn't see through the glass, though. The inside was thick with vines. As I was watching, I finally saw the neighbor appear from within the greenhouse. He was filthy and fidgeted incessantly. He looked around as if to see if anyone was spying on him, then limped hurriedly into his house. I knew he was up to something fishy. My curiosity had been building since we moved in, and it got the best of me in that moment. I snuck past my parents and went out into the backyard. It was a full moon. While I knew he was still inside, I climbed over the fence and dropped in behind the hedge. I immediately regretted my boneheaded decision, as I was now stuck between the splinters of the fence and the thorns of the thickest hedge I'd ever seen. But I didn't have time to climb back up. The man busted open the back door and barreled outside. I stood motionless and spied him from the shadows as he came back to the greenhouse. This time, he was completely cleaned and dressed in a three-piece suit. He stood before the greenhouse door and straightened his tie, as if he was trying to calm his nerves.
I miss you, Martha, but you've made your decision. I will keep our memory alive in the sanctuary of life and greenery. Life that you will nourish and support with your own flesh. The children we planted together are so grateful that you've come back to stay with us.
Suddenly, he yanked open the door and went into the greenhouse. He barricaded himself inside for several minutes, and the whole time he was screaming softly and giggling with excitement like a little kid at a sleepover. But in between his clown sounds, I heard sawing and jangling chains. After a while, he stumbled out, panting and filthy again. Under the light of the full moon, I could see that he was not caked with dirt, but with blood. In terror, I watched him slink back into his house to wash up once more. I was mortified, but I had to see what he was doing in there, because it was definitely not gardening. I mustered up the courage to crawl through the bramble of the hedge and sneak up to the greenhouse. I gripped the latch, pulled back the door, and peeked in. An old woman was strung up by the hands and feet. Her back was cut open, exposing her lungs and spine. Her ribs severed and flayed out like wings. That image, I see it every time I blink, but I couldn't look away. As I stared, I saw something even worse. Her lungs, they were still breathing, rising and falling before my eyes. I ran away and jumped the fence like an Olympian. At that point, I gave up on being a junior investigator and handed it off to my parents and the police. But no matter what I try to do, even after all these years later, I can't unsee what I saw.
I want to give a disclaimer about my story before sharing it with the world. Before doing so, I would like to keep the individuals within this story anonymous, so I will be utilizing alias names to protect the identity of the following individuals. The events of this story may be very disturbing to some viewers, so viewer discretion is highly advised. This story happened when I was in my late 30s. I was a full-time mortician and enjoyed every single second of my job. Seeing the dead carcasses of human remains come in and out of the morgue, it was symbolic in a sense where that was the end of the deceased person's existence in this world. It was equivalent to closing a cover of a book that told the story of an individual's life and then putting it away for good on a bookshelf. My wife of 16 years wasn't fond of my occupation much. To be honest, I don't exactly blame her, as any spouse dealing with the same circumstances probably underwent the same mutual feelings. My wife and I weren't exactly the wealthiest people, so we rented the basement of my best friend, who lived on the top floor with his wife and children. We were all mutual friends from high school, so that made our time living there much more bearable than living with complete strangers. I remember meeting my wife at our high school cafeteria. From the moment I laid eyes on her, I could tell she was going to be the one. We ended up dating, which eventually blossomed into a relationship and then of course marriage.
You're the best husband ever. You know that?
I wish I could say the same about you. I'm just joking. You are the greatest wife ever. Sound better?
Of course. Promise you'll never leave me?
You'll always be with me. A promise is a promise. Like I said before, we've been together for 16 long committed years, but not all fairy tales conclude with a happy ending. It was a Friday evening when I was out with some friends at a local gentleman's club for one of my colleagues' 40th birthday. I personally didn't tell my wife, as I didn't want to hear her fuss about watching other females dance exotically behind her back. So I let her know that I was visiting some family relatives. The time was roughly 11 p.m. when I began drinking beer after beer, shot glass after shot glass. I had completely lost count of the amount of beers I had consumed due to the overbearing amount of orders me and my friend put in on the tab. My surroundings became blurry as the temperature in the room gradually increased the longer I sat in one spot. I could legitimately feel my head throbbing and could hear every pulse exerting the blood from my veins to my temple. A head rush from hell then began to stir my brain up as sweat began dripping down the side of my face. That's when my friend Jake jokingly confronts me by saying, "Dude, what would you do if your wife ended up finding out that you were here?" "It's not a big deal. We've been married for 16 years, so she's not going anywhere." Speak of the devil. You gonna answer that? I remember hearing and feeling my phone vibrate on the side of my pants pocket. Answer it. I can't. She must know that I'm here. Dude, what are you talking? Just shut up and mind your business. Dude, I can buy you a lap dance if that'll calm you down. Sheesh. I felt like my friend was intentionally trying to exasperate me immensely, like he was poking the bear and was questioning the integrity of my relationship. I honestly felt like, no matter who approached or talked to me that night, I was going to throw an impromptu hissy fit from the paranoid state and guilty conscience that manifested inside my head. That's when I couldn't bear the sight of sitting at that club anymore, nor could I stand any interactions with the people in general any longer. I abruptly got up to leave the premises as my friends began talking under their breath saying, "Did you guys see how much he was sweating? He must have been nervous as hell from his wife. Huh, hope he got a prenup." How the hell could he sweat so much? The AC is freaking cold as hell. As I make my way out of the gentleman's club, I began to slowly tumble towards my house as I felt extremely intoxicated. I contemplated calling an Uber, but just decided to walk home, as the walk wasn't that far and it gave me an opportunity to sober up. My leg that had the pocket with my phone inside it began feeling slightly jittery from the radiation. I remember taking my phone out of my pocket and seeing that I had at least 100 missed calls from my wife. This led me to believe that something odd was going on. As I got closer to my house, I could hear a swarm of fire trucks and police sirens echoing throughout my neighborhood. After a couple steps closer, I could then make out that my house had been engulfed in fire. That's when I ran towards one of the police sergeants standing nearby and yelled, "That's my house! Please help! My wife and my best friend are in there!" "Sir, I'm going to need you to calm down. Our fire department is taking care of it right now." "Hello? Sir, are you okay?" And that's when I blacked out. About 24 hours after that incident, it was announced that my wife and my best friend were officially pronounced dead at the scene, and had suffered third-degree burns from the fire that had burned the household down. The investigators were unfortunately unable to identify what might have caused the fire, but they speculate that it might have been caused by a gas leak from the furnace in our basement. But I have a confession. I was the sole reason of why that fire happened. I couldn't stand to see my wife or my best friend alive any longer. Prior to their death, I remember heading home from work early one day, only to catch them having an affair with each other. It was at that point that I could have confronted the both of them, but instead, I took a different approach and texted my wife saying, "I'm gonna be home late, going to have a drink with the boys after work is done." Her response was,
Have fun. Text me before you come home. Love you.
That drove me to the point of insanity, which made me set a part of the house on fire before sprinting to the gentleman's club to meet with my friends. I'm a little ashamed by my actions, but at the same time, I felt like it was the right thing to do, as they're both in a better place right now. My conscience would have been worse if my friend's wife and children were involved, but luckily, they weren't, as they were fortunately at a close relative's house. When going to both my wife's and my best friend's funeral, I honestly had the urge to disclose to his wife how much of a cheating and ungrateful bastard he was, but I obviously kept my mouth shut until now. Despite my wife having an affair, I still miss and love her dearly. As deceitful and untrustworthy as my wife was, I still found it in me to forgive her for her perfidious acts. The memories we had shared since high school were something I still cherished, even if it was a little tarnished or compromised from the affair. I remember spreading her lips wide open, using my thumb and index finger. I even had the courtesy of peeling back open her eyelids, just so I could see more of those beautiful eyes. Look at her. So beautiful. You look exactly the same way when we first dated. You know that? The deeper I indulged myself by gazing into her eyes, the more emotional I became, as I knew that this was going to be the last time seeing the glistening sparkle shine in her pupils. I began to arch over her corpse and leaned over by drawing my face about an inch over her burnt, charred face, just like we used to when she was alive. That's when I stuck my tongue out and began to French kiss her, exactly the way we used to do it when she was alive. I forgive you, Hannah. I told you that you'll always be with me. I'm a man of my word, right? A promise is a promise.
This is a story I must tell for the sake of my own conscience, and for the sake of anyone who thinks it's harmless to hit on a Hooters girl. For my own protection, I'll go by Lola, for the purpose of this story. I had a brief stint as a waitress at a Hooters in the Deep South, and I am now stricken with paralyzing fear at the mere sight of a Hooters, or even a moderately attractive woman in a tank top and short shorts. I needed a job, and at the time I didn't care if it meant getting gawked at by hungry creeps. Waiting tables at Hooters was better than stripping, though it didn't pay as well. Things started out fine. I was scheduled for the slow hours on the off days, and I thought I was handling it pretty well. The routine was simple. Take the customer's greasy orders, giggle and smile at whatever they say, and collect your tips. Week 2 was when things took a turn. My manager, whom we'll call Shannon, tasked me with waiting on a regular, whom we'll call Clayton. Immediately, I knew that there was something off about this guy. He sat alone, slouched at a high top in the back corner, underneath a burnt-out light bulb. Even from that distance, he was staring dead at me with piercing, sullen eyes. Nonetheless, I got to it. Those tips don't earn themselves. But once I got close, I started to doubt if he'd even have the cash for the check. He looked like a bum, about to part from the land of the living, and his stench preceded him. I pushed through it. I wouldn't get reprimanded over this guy. I began with the trademark hospitality.
Welcome to Hooters, darling. Would you like to start with a drink?
I'll have a tall glass of you.
Oh, come on. You're a regular. You know better than that.
Clayton then gave me a taste of his wretched halitosis, leaning in far too close for comfort. How do you know I'm a regular here? I haven't seen you around. Them other girls been talking about me, huh? They tell you how good I am with women?
They're just showing me the ropes, dearie. You ready for that drink yet?
Huh. Playing hard to get, I see. Yeah, whatever. I'll have a cup from your freshest pot of coffee. And make sure it's fresh.
Sure thing. And are you ready for an app or an entree? Or do you need another minute?
I'm ready for my meal. I wanted to speed things up so I could get away for some fresh air.
What will it be?
I'll have a sloppy feast between them cheeks.
Ugh.
I was nearly fed up. I turned away to storm off. Hold on there, sweet cheeks. Get me a burger. Shannon knows just how I like it.
Hamburger. Got it.
As I finally walked away, I thought I'd get a break, but then he slapped my butt.
Jerk!
I thought.
You just crossed a hard line, bucko.
I marched up to the bar where my manager was pouring a pint.
Shannon, I've made a mistake. I'm putting...
Shannon hushed me. The customers were always eavesdropping after all.
Now hold on, sweetie.
She leaned over the bar and whispered into my ear.
I know what you're going through. Since you've done so well so far, I'll go ahead and forgive your little outburst. In return, because I'm such a nice gal, I'm gonna let you in on our little secret for handling our more unsavory patrons. I just need a favor from you. There's a shed behind the restaurant. I need you to invite our nuisance back there for a little private session. You feel me? Shannon, I will not. I said, do you feel me?
I should have quit right then and there. I should have just bolted out the door and never looked back. Unfortunately, my bank account wouldn't let me walk out just yet. I sighed and obliged, returning to Clayton's table. Getting him to follow me was a breeze. At the mere suggestion of a close encounter with yours truly, he hopped off his stool and shadowed me like a dog. I could almost hear him panting behind me. I'm not gonna lie, I felt pretty powerful in that moment, having such complete control over this fool. Still, I was trembling internally about what laid ahead. My guess was as good as yours. I was hoping there'd be muscle waiting at the back door to beat him into a pulp and teach him a lesson. But when we got out and there was nothing but an open field to greet us, that hope vanished. Since battery was literally my best case scenario, I was having serious regrets about going along with this. I swallowed my fear and continued to the dilapidated shed where Shannon waited for us with a keychain in hand. So this is the Love Shack, huh? Looks just like the place I had a threesome back in '93.
I'm sure it does, Clayton.
Shannon was still placating him. Then, she unfastened the padlock and yanked the chain off the barn door, pulling it open with one slow creaking motion. It was broad daylight outside, but the interior of the shed was engulfed in shadow. A smell like spoiled beef wafted outward, but Clayton did not take heed. He grabbed my hand and pulled me into it. Deep into the dark, I wriggled free of Clayton's grasp and waited anxiously for my eyes to adjust. Sounds unfolded all around me. The rummaging of Clayton undressing, the door squealing shut, wicked giggling, footsteps. Then, Shannon turned on the light. In that moment, Clayton and I suddenly related on something. Utter shock as we took in our new surroundings. This was no ordinary shed. A single old-timey light bulb hung from a chain, casting a sinister orange glow on the shelves, cluttered with human bones, rotting guts, and the tools of torture. Everything was coated in blood splattered from barbaric wounds, dried urine spilt by victims who couldn't hold it in with all their fright, and so much other filth I don't even want to mention. In the center of it all was an examination chair straight out of a psych ward, complete with the add-ons of a demented sadist. That room, I see it in my nightmares every single night. Poor Clayton didn't even have time to run for the door. I watched in terror as Shannon clubbed him over the head with a meat tenderizer, sending his half-nakedness clattering to the squalid ground. Shannon heaved him up with surprising strength, fastening his body into the torture chair with death-stained leather straps strangling all his pressure points.
Now do you see, Lola?
Shannon stared into my soul with eyes of pure lunacy.
This is how we handle the stress brought on by waste of flesh like him.
I had no words. Shannon still held the meat tenderizer with white knuckles in one hand, holding out a rusty chef's knife in the other.
Would you like to make the first cut?
I stuttered like an idiot.
This, what?
Suddenly, Clayton came to.
Don't do this! I'm a cop! You'll rot for this!
Shannon struck him in the face with the tenderizer multiple times, turning his face into a mess like a bloody waffle.
I can't believe I forgot to gag you.
Shannon went searching through the shelves for a diseased cloth to shove in his mouth. While she had her back turned, I saw my opening and burst out of the door. I fled from my life, sprinting with more speed and stamina than I'd ever mustered before. I wasn't about to get involved in this demonic release, and I wasn't about to meet the fate of a brainless horror film floozy. I wasn't feeling the generosity of heroism or responsibility. I entered unconditional self-preservation mode and skipped town. I left everything behind. Since then, I've changed my name, my hair, my whole wardrobe, and moved to an entirely different region of the United States. I've tried as hard as I can to forget about everything I saw and keep myself from the crosshairs of the law and that honking hooter serial killer. As far as I'm concerned, they all deserve to be abandoned to their fates. I just can't move on. That's why I'm putting this story out into the world, in the hopes that people on the edge of catastrophe will hear this and think twice. If you value your life whatsoever, for God's sake, don't hit on the waitress. I used to love going to Chuck E. Cheese. My parents would take me there every Thursday night when I was younger. I can't say that love remains since I've gotten older. It's all because of that one night. It began so perfectly. It was my birthday, so I got a huge allowance for arcade coins. The arcade was always my favorite part of Chuck E. Cheese. No grown-ups, no creepy mascot, just games as far as I could see. And so many tickets. I was racking up enough of them to go for the plastic gun and handcuffs on the top shelf behind the prize counter. I'd wanted it for so long, and I was finally going to get it. But as I ran around a corner looking for the next game to dump my coins into, I ran into an adult. "Oh, sorry, sir." "Watch out there, little buddy. I didn't mean to." "It's okay. I'm glad we bumped into each other. I want to introduce you to my son, Alex." I hadn't even noticed that there was a kid with him until then. He was so small and frail, compared to how pudgy his father was. He didn't even look related. "Go on, say hello, Alex." "I guess you're feeling a little shy today. That's okay. What's your name, son?" I'm Jimmy." "Well, that's great. I think you and Alex will become good friends. Why don't you play some games together?" After that, the man just walked away, leaving his son with me without even giving me a moment to respond. I sure felt bad for the kid, but I didn't want him to take any of my tickets. We stood awkwardly for so long, it was unbearable. The kid's eyes were so empty, like he couldn't even see me. More than anything, I just wanted him to stop looking at me for one moment. Then, I noticed something hanging loosely from his wrist, a smartwatch. I wondered how a kid who looked so hungry could have something that expensive. It was the only thing I had for some conversation to break the silence. "Hey, that's a nice watch. How'd you get it?" "Oh, this? Did you want it? If you beat me in a game of skee-ball, I'll give it to you." "Really? You just let me have it? What a sucker," I thought. This kid had no idea how good I was at skee-ball. A smartwatch was a way better prize than a plastic gun, and I was bound to have both. Sure enough, I smoked him fair and square. It didn't feel right though. The kid didn't seem like he was trying to put up a fight at all. He didn't even score a single ball. But he still gave me the smartwatch, so I didn't argue. He handed it to me without crying or anything, and as soon as I figured out how to put it on my wrist, he was gone. I didn't see him or his father the rest of the night at Chuck E. Cheese. I was confused, but I forgot about the whole thing quickly. I got my prize and ate my pizza, then I went home. After I was supposed to be asleep, I was sitting up in my bed checking out all the features that came with my new toy. I spent a few hours just playing the games that were built into it. Then, at about 2 in the morning, a notification popped up. It read, "Your location services have been turned on." Right after that, another message from an app I didn't recognize. "Your location is now being tracked." Suddenly, a pit formed in my stomach. I started sweating, panicking. My heart was racing. I quickly made the decision to turn it off completely and threw it away from myself. Several eternal minutes of waiting in tense, breathless silence followed. I heard footsteps through the window. I jumped off my bed and hid behind it, staring into the night just outside. I got played on my birthday.
This story occurred around the early 2000s, back when I was still in elementary school. I was in my early teens, so the monotonous school life was something I always dreaded. My mom always picked me up from school as her workplace was just down the street, so getting a ride was always less strenuous than walking home. She would usually stop by our local McDonald's just before heading home, as she didn't really prepare home-cooked meals due to the exhaustion of being a single mother. As much as I adored my mom, the lack of home-cooked meals and abundance of McDonald's always kept me out of shape for the latter part of my teen years. The one thing I found genuinely pleasing about that McDonald's was the enormous play place attached to the restaurant itself. My mom usually dropped me off there to play with my neighborhood friends and acquaintances, as long as I got the majority of my schoolwork done. There was this one occasion, though, that really disturbed me to my core, and it seeps into my daily thoughts from time to time. I remember being picked up from school and heading over to that same McDonald's venue to pick up some takeout for that evening. As we got inside, I recall my mom ordering the usual Big Mac combo while I casually glanced at the play place through the glass window of where the eating area was.
Jimmy, what drink would you like? Jimmy? Son? What drink would you like?
I remember zoning out at this particular moment and could recall the echoes of my mom calling out for me. It was almost as if I couldn't move a muscle, like my entire body was in a state of shock traveling through space and time into another dimension. It felt like it was just me in the play place, like I had the entire setup all to myself.
Jenny, what drink do you want?
I'll get a Coke, Mom. As my mom headed back to complete the rest of the order, I could recall seeing the reflection of a Ronald McDonald clown standing from a distance behind me, almost like he wanted my attention. I casually pretend like I don't see him by keeping my eyes glued to the glass and not bothering to turn around.
I know you can see me on the reflection of the glass.
That's when I casually turn towards the direction of the clown and say, can I help you, sir?
Yes, my dear boy. Do you or your mother want to see what a pyromaniac can do with a little fire?
We're just here to pick up a Big Mac, so no thanks.
Maybe I can cook you a delicious giant Big Mac with my fire abilities so that you will never need to come to McDonald's again.
Hey, leave us alone or I will call the cops.
Go ahead and call them. I'll just teach my cellmates how to start a fire and make an explosion oh so beautiful.
Let's get out of here, Jimmy.
That's when we get inside my mom's vehicle and drive away from the McDonald's. Or should I say the clown. About a week after that bizarre encounter, I spent the majority of my time playing Duck Hunt on my Nintendo as my computer lacked the entertainment that today's modern computer has. I eventually went back to that local McDonald's as I surprisingly missed the food, but more importantly, the play place. As the day transitioned into the evening, my mom dropped me off there as the company of the local teens in the neighborhood made her feel a little more comfortable doing so.
I'll be back at 10 p.m. sharp. Call me if you want me to pick you up earlier, okay?
Okay, Mom. I decided to call my neighbor friend Chris using the payphone located outside the McDonald's venue.
Hello?
Hey, Chris, it's Jimmy. You still coming to McDonald's tonight?
Oh, hell yeah, I'll be there in one.
Hey there, long time no see.
What the hell do you want? Let me show you how I make my fire. Get the hell away from me or I'll call the cops. Fine, have it your way then. Your little behind couldn't handle all this smoke anyway.
That's when I ran inside the McDonald's and immediately made my way inside the play place. I honestly could have notified a McDonald's employee, or any stranger for that matter, but I ultimately decided to take the high road and waited out until it was time for my mom to pick me up. I remember making my way up through the tunnels of the playground as I just wanted to reach the very top and avoid any further encounters with any other weirdos. I eventually reached the top of the platform and remember basking in the view, as the array of colors from the ball pit was always something I found oddly satisfying to look at. That's when I noticed a familiar head beginning to protrude from the balls in the pit. It was the clown. The same clown from earlier, looking up at me with his ominous smile and revolting eyes. What the hell is going on? Why isn't anyone acknowledging this freak? The clown just stood there looking at me as if nothing mattered besides myself and his existence.
I know you can hear me up there.
What the hell do you want?
I killed your mother, Jimmy. Now it's only you and your stupid neighbors left.
What the hell are you talking about?
Jump!
Hell no, leave me alone!
Oh, don't worry, it's totally safe, Jimmy. Now jump.
No, I'm not doing it.
Jump! Jump! Jump!
That's when I look to my left and see my friend Chris right next to me.
We have no choice.
What the hell?
Now it's your turn, you little brats! Jump! 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 Jump!
I began to close my eyes and hyperventilate as I felt a sudden surge of adrenaline flowing through my body. But then I began to feel a rather odd sensation, something like a fiery substance burning the hairs on the back of my neck off. That's when I opened my eyes and find myself on my apartment balcony with my entire building engulfed in flames.
What the hell? Somebody help me! Help! I hope you all burn in hell and are loving it. I hate you, Dad! You will always and will forever be a clown! I hate you, you stupid, stupid clown! Help! Somebody please call 911! Help! Help me! Somebody please call 911! Help!